Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and all its many blessings. We thank you for saving our lives and giving us another day on this beautiful earth that we call home. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to serve and the opportunity to come here on behalf of the people of West Virginia to do your work. But Lord, we ask most importantly that you work through us and give us the knowledge, the courage, and the wisdom to make the right decisions, not just to bring honor and glory to our state, but to bring honor and glory to you, Lord. And we ask all this in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
If members and guests will please remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning by the Gentleman of the 51st, Douglas Hanson.
Please join me in honoring America. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Friday, February 21st, 2020.
The Gentleman of the 6th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. I ask that unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that be approved as having been read.
The Gentleman of the 6th, Douglas Kelly, asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Reading of the journal will be dispensed with. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. The Gentleman of the 46th, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery today, we have a couple folks from Lewis County. If Mr. Bush and Dylan King would stand up. Dylan's actually running for the House of Delegates in the 46th District, and if the House would please make them feel welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, in the South Gallery today for Chiropractic Day, we have Mr. Carl Boone. If he would please stand up, and the House would make him feel welcome.
Lady in the 32nd, Douglas Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several friends in the galleries today. I have a constituent, Teresa Dennison, and her sons are here, as well as my friend Lori Legursky and Hilda Shorter and Bonnie Ayers from West Virginians for Life. So if everybody would stand and make them welcome.
The Gentleman of the 66th, Douglas Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues from the 65th and the 67th, behind me in the South Gallery, Shepherdstown Councilman Mark Everhart, who's also a candidate for the House of Delegates. Will the House please make him welcome?
The Gentleman of the 28th District, Delegate Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Cooper and myself in the South Gallery today, we have joining us homeschool mother Jamie Ward from Jumping Branch. If she would stand and her family with her, and the House would please make them welcome.
The Gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the Mercer County delegates, we have one of our homeschooling mothers, Jamie Buckland, and her girls are from Flat Top, and we have a number of other Mercer County families that are probably in the South Gallery. If they would stand and be recognized, and the House make them feel welcome.
The Gentleman of the 31st, Delegate Tony.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I have some constituents down today, Elizabeth Jenkins and her children. If they would stand and House make them feel welcome.
The lady in the 57th, Delegate Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From West Virginia's oldest county, I have some distinguished visitors today. Very dear friend of mine, Judge Charlie Carl, and also West Virginia University pharmacy student, David Parker, and he's here today with Autumn Fogel. Would the House please give them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome?
The Gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the Marsh University School of Pharmacy in the South Gallery, we have the Dean, Dr. Gail Brazeau, Doctors Jonathan Nicholson, Lisa Nord, and Justin Mays, and many distinguished pharmacy students. Would the House please rise and make them feel welcome?
The gentleman of the 16th, Douglas Mant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Back here in the back of the chamber, we're pleased to have a former delegate. He served from 88 to 96, Brian Gallagher. Please stand and make him feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 44th, Douglas Hanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two things this morning. First, in one of the galleries, he may be on the Senate side, from West Virginia State University is Curtis Workman, who also serves as a senator on the Students' Senate. If he would please stand and the House would make him feel welcome. And also, Mr. Speaker, reports this morning from NBC News, the New York Times, and Washington Post highlights Katherine Johnson, who was a West Virginia State University student at the age of 13, and wielding little more than a pencil, a slide rule, and one of the finest mathematical minds this country has ever seen. She was a trailblazer for the great space race. During her 35 years at NASA, she earned a reputation for mastering the complex manual calculations and helped pioneer the use of computers to perform these tasks. Miss Johnson went home to be with the Lord this morning at the age of 101. Most may be familiar with Katherine Johnson through her film Hidden Figures that highlighted the accomplishments of her life. And that film won the Screen Actors Guild Award for Outstanding Performance by a Cast and was nominated for 3 Oscars, including Best Picture. In 2015, President Barack Obama awarded Katherine Johnson the Presidential Medal of Freedom, proclaiming that Katherine G. Johnson refused to be limited by society's expectations of her. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot to learn from the legacy that Katherine Johnson has left behind. But today, we should take a moment and remember the life of an American hero. So I would ask for a moment of silence.
The chair would ask all members and guests in the galleries to please rise as the House observes a moment of silence in honor of Katherine Johnson. All members and guests may be seated. Lady in the 51st, Douglas Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to add a little bit more detail about Katherine Johnson and her co-worker, Dorothy Vaughn. Katherine Johnson had many ties to West Virginia. She helped desegregate West Virginia University. She lived in Bluefield. She lived in White Sulphur. She was born in White Sulphur Springs in Greenbrier County. And Dorothy Vaughn, who was her the supervisor in the movie, who is also deceased, she graduated from high school in Morgantown and also lived in White Sulphur Springs. She is the one in the movie that convinced the other African American women that they should learn coding because their jobs were going to get taken over by computers. We have been trying to pass an equal pay bill. I have to thank the lady from Ohio County, who is the lead sponsor for several years. The number is 4885. It's probably not going to happen this year, but it honors both of these women because they were underpaid. They earn dramatically less because of their gender and their race. So one of these days, we're hoping to pass that legislation in West Virginia, and I hope you will join me in honoring them both. Dorothy Vaughn she was a supervisor, but when they desegregated in Virginia, she lost her position and she was never able to advance like Katherine Johnson. She too was a brilliant mathematician. So like a lot of African Americans and women, she hit the glass ceiling and it cut her head. So thank you. I just wanted to add some of those details about their West Virginia connections. They really had a strong connection, and they both considered themselves West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of the 40th, Douglas Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have 3 students with me from El Valley Christian School. Today we have seniors Becky Sizemore, Lily Young, and Austin Surgeon. If you'd stand, House, please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman the 18th, Doug Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you would indulge me for a moment, I have 10 pages here from 5th grade class at Barbersville Elementary School. So if the pages would stand when I call their names: Kennedy Fisher, Elise Barker, Owen Goad, Braden Armstead, Tyler Bowles, Ariana Beardsley, Isabella Browning, Kathleen Stoner, Taven Wall, and Zachary Williams. If the House would please make them welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman the 59th, Doug Kump.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great googly moogly. I have a lot of introductions to make today. Bear with me. I'm very excited that the West Virginians for Life are here today. Also, on behalf of those who are foster parents, as an adoptive parent myself, and as my mother was an adopted child, I'm excited about those issues. I'm excited about the panhandlers that are here, the Eastern panhandlers. And there's one panhandler that I'm particularly excited about and want to introduce in particular, and that is my beloved wife, Cheryl, who panhandled my heart. Cheryl, would you please stand up and be recognized? And would all the West Virginians for Life also stand up and be recognized? Thank you so much.
The gentleman 34th, Doug Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. I'm very happy, and it's always an enjoyable time when I get to see two of my dear friends here from Heaters, West Virginia. In the South Gallery, George and Tammy Singleton. If they'll stand, the members would please make them welcome. And also, Mr. Speaker, if we have any folks from home from Gilmer and Braxton County for West Virginians for Life for today, if they would stand and also please be recognized. Thank you.
The gentleman the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I have a couple people from Putnam County came to visit from West Virginia Health Freedom. If these guys would stand as I introduce their names, we have Kevin Foster and his son Gunnar Foster. If the House would please welcome them.
The gentleman the 13th, Doug Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple of guests up in the gallery, Darren Ray and Megan Lanham. If you two would please stand up. They are with PBL, and PBL with FBLA are two really fantastic organizations for high school and college students to learn about entrepreneurship, finance, accounting, and with many hundreds of thousands of members around the country, they do a great job. They are state officers with PBL at WVU and University of Charleston. If the House would please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman the 42nd, Doug Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Lavender Bowe and I have 3 pages today from Eastern Greenbrier Middle School. If they'll stand when I call their name: Orion Graves, Zoe Tagenhorst, Mia Tagenhorst, and they're brought here today by their parents up in the gallery. If they'll stand, Birch Graves and Daniel and Mandy Tagenhorst. Will the House please make them welcome?
The gentleman the 39th, Doug Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to welcome many guests here today. I know there's some in the West and in the North Gallery. I won't name them all, but they're here in support of the Bible in Schools bill. I'd like all those folks to stand and be recognized. House, please make them feel welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman the 7th, Doug Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very special guest today joining us from Marshall University. He's a former colleague of mine at the University of Charleston, and he's here today for Pharmacy Day representing Marshall University School of Pharmacy. I'd ask that he stand and that the House make him feel welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman the 37th, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are joined in the South Gallery by a very special constituent of mine, Malcolm Cohen, who is a third grader at Piedmont Elementary and was here this morning to speak very passionately and eloquently about for the public hearing on House Bill 4780. If he would stand, and would the House please make him feel welcome.
The gentleman, the 23rd, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the members here today, it's Chiropractor Day, and we have some special guests, I think most of which are located in the South Gallery that are members of the Chiropractic Physician Society. If they would all stand. These are the guys and gals that operate the free clinic downstairs that service many of us here, as well as the staff. So if they would all please stand, and the House make them feel welcome.
Gentleman, the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the Cabell County delegates today, I'd like to introduce some special guests that we have in the South Gallery. With us today, we have Sawyer Bond, who is a fourth grade homeschool athlete and won third place in the 10 under 65-pound West Virginia Youth Wrestling tournament yesterday. He is here with us with his brother Sully, also a state wrestling tournament qualifier, and his sister Noelle, a softball player. They're from Ono, West Virginia. House, please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman, the 24th, Delegate Rodriguero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Tomlin and Miller and myself, we have some homeschoolers from West Logan, Homeschool West Logan Ministries, here today to support the Tebow bill. When I call your name, will you please stand? We have Anitra and Daphne Ellis, Jeff, Evie, Archer, Altizer, and with them is Pastor Scotty Dingus. Would the floor please make them feel welcome? Thank you.
The gentleman, the first, Delegate Schwartzmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you who were around a few years ago, you may remember a little girl that used to run the halls around here. Well, she's back today. She's with the WVU pharmacy students, my daughter Molly, and I would ask you to make her welcome.
The gentleman, the 24th, Delegate Tomlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Rodriguero and the delegates from the 22nd District, we have some pages today from Chapmanville Middle School, if they'd stand when I announce their name. Autumn Fleming, Jacob Jenkins, Jackson Kirk, and they're escorted by their parents, Deborah Fleming, Billy Kirk, and Anitra Kirk. Everybody give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 19th, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself, Delegate Hicks, Rohrbach, and Lovejoy, in the South Gallery, we have Dr. Larry Perry here for the Chiropractor Day. If he would please rise so we can give him a round of applause. And we also may have some Wayne County Right to Life members in the galleries. I'm not sure, but let's give them a warm round of applause also. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 51st, Delegate Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of all of the delegates from Monongalia County, we have some visitors in the South Gallery from the West Virginia University School of Pharmacy. Professor Betsy Ellswick, Ben Perry, Kara Howard, Hunter Moody, Morgan Summersgill, Emery Smith, Jordan Wood, and Laney Vargo. If you could all stand, and if the House could please make them welcome.
The gentleman, the 22nd, Delegate Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting with us in the South Gallery on behalf of myself and Delegate Maynard is Kelsey Mitchum with West Virginians for Health Freedom. If she would stand and the House make her welcome. Also, it's my pleasure to introduce our Doctor of the Day today. If he would stand, is Dana King from Morgantown, West Virginia. If the House would make him welcome.
The gentleman, the 43rd, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several introductions today.
have two special people on the floor with me, Mallory Anderson and my grandson, Bryce Adams. They're both pharmacy students at WVU. In the West Gallery, we have Dr. Scott Harris, who is in town for Chiropractor Day. And in the West Gallery, we have Pastor Roger Foster and a group of students from the Good Shepherd Christian Academy. They would all stand and the house make them welcome.
The gentleman of the 40th, Doug Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have another introduction of visitors today. I have two more students that are in the West Gallery from Elk Valley Christian School. One is Ethan Woodard, and the other is a very special guest, is my daughter, Bryn. Please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman of the 55th, Douglas Sponagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery from Hardy County, who's at WVU School of Pharmacy. I see him up there. Corey Wetzel, will you please rise and will the house make him welcome?
Lady from the 51st, Doug Fleschauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of everybody, I want to make sure we didn't miss any of our pharmacy students. We have three schools here today. We have West Virginia University, we have Marshall University, and we also have students from the University of Charleston. Would all the pharmacy students here for Pharmacy Day please stand, and with the House, give them a very warm welcome. Thank you for coming.
In our page program this morning, the chair is pleased to have from Clay County Middle School joining us on the floor Jacoby Nichols. Jacoby is the brother of one of our analysts for the session, Gavin Nichols. Jacoby will stand and be recognized this morning. We'll make him feel welcome. Are there further introductions? If not, reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 designating dogs adopted from animal shelters and rescues as West Virginia official state dog. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it be adopted, that it be referred to the Committee on Rules.
The report will be received. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 142, expanding coyote control program through voluntary assessment on breeding cows. Reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 19th, Doug Hicks, seek recognition? Next report.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 490 relating to criminal offenses against agricultural facilities. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees, messages from the executive, messages from the Senate, resolutions, petitions, motions. The gentleman of the 16th, Doug Hornbuckle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of the great West Virginian and American hero, Mrs. Katherine Johnson, whom died today, I'd like to make a motion to discharge House Bill 4885, which is the Katherine Johnson Fair Pay Act, from the Judiciary Committee, which died on Friday.
The gentleman's motion is that House Bill 4885 be discharged from the Committee on Judiciary. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion to discharge House Bill 48885 be tabled.
Lady from the 49th moves that the motion to discharge House Bill 4885 be laid upon the table. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the lady from the 49th motion that the motion to discharge House Bill 4885 be laid upon the table will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 57 ayes, 40 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. For what purpose does the gentleman in the 64th seek recognition?
I voted no, but my vote's not tallying.
I'm sorry?
I can't get the buttons to work, so I voted yes.
The gentleman was present and at his seat?
Yes.
And how would he like his vote to be recorded?
Green.
The clerk will note the gentleman's preference in the count. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on the question. There are 58 ayes, 40 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. The motion is laid upon the table. Bills introduced. Unfinished business.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 75, naming the highest peak on Wolf Creek Mountain in Monroe County, Boone's Peak.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution is just read by the clerk. Is there discussion? Lady from the 32nd, Douglas Staggers, is recognized.
Thank you all so much. This came to my desk because it went to our esteemed Delegate Lavender Bow. From the person who wrote the letter was from Oak Hill. He said, before I die, could we get this passed? And I worked with all the people who knew this family. This was a true war hero, Battle of the Bulge, lived his life in a courageous fashion all the way to his death. The guy who said, I'm 78, please pass this before I die, died last Tuesday. But it had already gotten out of committee and he knew it was going to get passed. So God bless you all and thank you.
The gentleman, 28th, Delegate Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To follow up with what the gentlelady just said in regard to the person requesting this, as she said, he passed away hours after his sister went and told him that we had passed this resolution in the Agriculture Committee. A further note is we're honoring Boone Cochran, whose name actually was Buell Cochran, if you'll read the resolution. But we're honoring him, and we honor him for a lot of reasons, but one is his service to our country. It seems as though Boone went in the Marine Corps when World War I first started and spent his whole time in the Pacific Theater and ended up on the Battle of Iwo Jima. Yesterday was the 75th anniversary of the end of that battle, and I think it's fitting that Boone Cochran will now get just a little peak of a mountain that he actually owned most of his life, named Boone's Peak. And I appreciate the consideration of leadership on this matter, and I encourage a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to adopting the resolution? A roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman, the 64th, how do you wish to be recorded? In the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the resolution adopted. The clerk will please report the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Is there further unfinished business? If not, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, allowing designation of tourism development districts.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman, the 64th Delegate Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill would create a new section of code to allow the West Virginia Department of Commerce, DEVO, to designate a tourism development district encompassing the area where a qualified tourism project with an aggregate projected cost of $25 million or more is being developed in whole or in part within a Class 4 municipality by a company that is qualified to receive a sales tax credit under the West Virginia Tourism Development Act and otherwise meets the criteria of this bill. If DEVO designates a tourism development district for a qualified project, the municipality is restricted from regulating the project in certain ways specified in the bill, but the bill also lists the state and municipal laws that the developer must comply with. DEVO must adopt emergency rules and promulgate legislative rules to implement the bill. I urge passage.
The gentleman, the 19th, Delegate Hicks. The gentleman to 67th, Doug Doyle.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should defeat this bill. There were 3 reasons, 2 of which were soundly rejected by the House on Friday, so I'll not belabor them. I'll talk about the 3rd one, which is historic preservation. Now, this is really a bill about Harper's Ferry. Why is historic preservation important when we talk about Harper's Ferry? Let's begin in 1805 when Meriwether Lewis shows up in Harper's Ferry to purchase rifles for the Corps of Discovery, for the Lewis and Clark expedition. Why did he come to Harper's Ferry? Because the Hall Rifle Works had developed the first rifle with interchangeable parts. And it became the basic weapon of the United States Army for over 50 years. Now let's move to 1859. John Brown, Old Brown of Osawatomie, shows up in Harper's Ferry with the silly idea that human beings should not enslave other human beings. He tries to start a rebellion. He starts one, not exactly the one he had in mind, but many Civil War scholars now believe that the war to end slavery began not at Fort Sumter in 1861, but at Harper's Ferry in 1859. 3 years later, General Robert E. Lee begins what he calls the Maryland Campaign. There are 4 battles, beginning with Harper's Ferry, then South Mountain, then Antietam, and then finally the Battle of Shepherdstown. And as a result, he has to withdraw to the South, giving President Abraham Lincoln the confidence to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. It began at Harper's Ferry. 1907, W.E.B. Du Bois comes to Harper's Ferry and organizes the Niagara Movement, which became the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. Again, it began at Harper's Ferry. Yet we are about to pass a bill that eliminates all reference to historic preservation. Out of all places, Harper's Ferry. No, it won't work. Please vote no.
Do other members wish to speak to pass through the bill? The gentleman to 60th, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not very happy with this bill because this bill represents an infringement by the state upon a municipality's rights. And you have heard me stand here before and say that the only reason any government should exist, the only valid reason for a government to exist, is to uphold the individual natural rights of its citizens. Well, I also like to say the only reason that we would have for infringing upon the municipality's rights to run its own business is because they are infringing upon the individual natural rights of their citizens. I've spoken with a large number of the citizens of Harper's Ferry. Many of them say that they want to defeat this bill, but a large number of them have said that what is really going on is the city council and the mayor have infringed upon their rights and are not acting in accordance with their will as their employers. Their elected employees are not doing as they're told, they're not doing their jobs, and there are even some questions about the validity of the election that put that leadership in place. Because of that, I've spent a lot of time analyzing this situation, and I am convinced that it is the duty of this body. This is not, in my estimation, the right way to solve this problem. The right way to solve this problem is to give those people the right to fire their elected employees who fail to do their jobs. I proposed an amendment the other day. It was ruled non-germane. I have no argument with that. That's an effective ruling. I do have a bill right now that I think we should consider that would allow people to fire their poor elected employees, the ones who do their jobs poorly. Meanwhile, I stand in support of this bill because this is the only way, this is the only path allowed to us at this point to uphold and defend the individual natural rights of the residents of Harper's Ferry who would like to see this development in their town that have been blocked by a small number of people who have an inordinate amount of power
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to ask your support of this bill.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? Does the gentleman of the 64th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The lady in the 50th, Douglas Longstreth, your vote is not registered. The gentleman the first has registered. The gentleman the 64th has okay. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 88 ayes, 11 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 657.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman of the 60th, Douglas Wilson. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 93 ayes, 6 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3127 relating to the Secondary School Activities Commission and participation by homeschooled students.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 27th, Douglas Ellington, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I need to note that there was a mention about it being the Tebow bill. That is a bill from the Senate. This is more the homeschool bill. Some people may equate it to that, but it's technically a homeschool bill. So what this bill does is the committee substitute would allow homeschooled students to participate in extracurricular activities at the public school serving their attendance zone under the following conditions. Now, there are several conditions. I'll explain them briefly, and then I'll expand on a couple others. Satisfactory evidence of academic progress for 1 year in compliance with homeschool instruction statutory provisions, provided that the student's average test results are within or above the 4th staining in all subject areas. Second, enrollment in at least 1 virtual instructional course per semester, consistent with the applicable virtual instruction policy of the state board and the county board in which the homeschool student lives. Third, the student has not reached the age of 19 by August 1st of the current school year. Fourth, the student is an amateur who receives no compensation but participates solely for the educational, physical, mental, and social benefits of the activity. The fifth one, agreement to comply with all disciplinary rules of the West Virginia Secondary School Activities Commission, the SSAC, and the county board in which the homeschool student lives, along with agreeing to obey all rules of the SSAC governing awards, all-star games, parental consents, physical examinations, vaccinations, and in counties that employ random drug screening in addition to all of the high school athletes. The committee substitute also provides that if a homeschool student leaves a member school during the same school year, the same transfer protocols apply as any member-to-member transfers. And in addition, if there are any reasonable fees that may be charged for the student to participate, they can employ. So going back to the first part, where it has satisfactory evidence of academic progress for 1 year, statute requires that there would be a normalized, standardized test. There are several that can be employed in current code. Academics before extracurriculars is the key. The ACT can be used, the Explore or the Plan College Readiness Test, Stanford Achievement Test, Comprehensive Test of Basic Skills, Iowa Assessments, Terra Nova, California Achievement Test. Any of those are applicable. Each of them employ reading, language, mathematics, science, and social studies. So each of those 5 subject areas are tested. The student must demonstrate that they are on grade level in those exams. That's where the fourth stanine comes in. For those of you that don't know what that means, it's short for standard 9. So if you take a normal bell curve and divide it up into 9 sections, 1, 2, 3 would be considered below average, 4, 5, 6 would be your average, which is the majority of your bell curve, and then 7, 8, 9 would be above average. So the student would have to be in the 4th or greater stanine in all of those subjects. Next part, if you look at percentiles, some people prefer to look at that. The 4th stanine is from the 23rd to 39th, so that's the lowest level that it could be in. Now, other testing programs in the state would be if we employed things like the West test that we used to do before. If the state has some other testing, the student can do that. As many of you have asked in the past, the portfolios that these students do, they are in current code, and they have to be reviewed by a certified teacher, and if they're not adequate, they are also reviewed by the county superintendent. So just to dispel any concerns about the quality of that work. And then academic assessments are typically reported in grades 3, 5, 8, and 11. That's in current code. So for a student to apply through this, they would have to have that national test each year. Okay? Second part, this is where enrollment in at least one virtual instructional course per semester. And this is by either the state board or if the county board does it. Now, they can enroll in more than one course. Nothing precludes them from doing that, but there has to be a minimum of one per semester. Now, currently, homeschool students can enroll in four virtual courses, which is typically half of a school day. They would qualify then for extracurricular activities under that. And in 2018-19, to give information, 1,162 students were enrolled. 255 of those had been previously homeschooled, about 22%. Out of the other makeup, 1,060 were high school students for 91%, and 10% were middle school, or 102 were middle school, about 9%. Now, the arguments were that students that did not go to the traditional school didn't belong to the school, and that they were also taking taxpayer money away from the public school system. Those are arguments against. By enrolling in the virtual course, this dispels part of that. And when they enroll in a minimum of one virtual course, it counts toward the student registered to that school. So they are technically registered to that school and part of that school. In addition, the school receives prorated portion of the full-time equivalent for funding for the school aid formula. Currently, that's at 0.15% for just one course, corresponds to about $700 at that point. Now, if they take more, they will get a higher amount per that school. So the school is receiving financial money from the state aid formula for that. In addition, the same transfer protocols, or for member-to-member transfer, it strengthens the current code. That has been one of the concerns the SSAC has had for kids that were failing out and claiming to be homeschooled, meeting the requirements and going back in somewhere else. This strengthens that, and the SSAC is on board with this part. So, in conclusion, all of these things seem to take care of all the objections, or in some part, that we've had in past years of trying to do this. And I would recommend support for this, and I hope that you would pass this. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I'll be glad to answer any questions, and I would like to reserve the right to close.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 58th, Doug Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill and request everyone give it serious consideration. It is a good bill, a good Tim Tebow bill. Today, I think we better understand student-centered education. Student A learns differently from student B. Both of them certainly learn differently from student C, and so on. But for some students, the option to have a public education is just fine. It fits many students, most students, clearly. But for others, perhaps home-based education is best. And for some, it is best. There are others that maybe private education or religious education is the better option. But what they are is a better fit for better educational outcomes. What this bill does is open the door a little bit for sports and extracurricular activities. Those are life lessons, sportsmanship, leadership, disappointment, victory, teamwork, fellowship, friendship, discipline. That's what we're talking about. Tremendous situational learning and teaching opportunities. That's what's offered through sports and extracurricular activities. What this bill opens up, or the question really before us, is how do we blend across those various student-centered education options these tremendous situational learning opportunities? I think this bill is a good shot at that. We can certainly do a Tim Tebow bill in West Virginia. I appreciate the work of the chairman, the visitors in the gallery, those who have pushed this bill forward. But if we engage coaches and teachers and band directors and band leaders with these additional students, homeschool, private school, whatever it might be, I think our communities, I think our state will be winners across the board. Engage those students with these situational learning opportunities is a win for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the gentleman the 27th to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the body, I've been working on this over the past 10 years. And over that time, we've had many modifications to this bill. Several years ago, the Senate passed a version of it, didn't make it through the House. 3 years ago, this version a similar version, this went through the House, was modified by the Senate, and then the governor vetoed it. We tried to discharge this last year. Obviously, it went down. This is probably the best alternative that we've had to try to include these students into the school system. With all the problems that we're having in our communities, I kind of look at this as an opportunity to have students that want to be part of their school, part of their community, try to bring the community together instead of dividing it, letting these kids participate. They would enjoy the opportunities to be part of a team. It helps, especially with adolescents, with all the problems they have with growing up, to be able to be part of a team, have a purpose, and enjoy our public facilities. By the same token, it also gives that community a little better chance to bring people together, understand the different parts, and in the long run, it may improve or increase the number of students coming back in to the public school system. And that is particularly my hope, and I would hope that each of you would support this, and I would urge you all to press green today. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 61 ayes, 38 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3127.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate your action to the House, to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4009, relating to the process for involuntary hospitalization.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman the 27th, Delegate Schott, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to permit an authorized physician to order the involuntary hospitalization of an individual whom the physician believes is addicted or mentally ill in the absence of a mental hygiene commissioner, designated county magistrate, or a circuit court judge. The bill provides that as soon as possible after admission, the authorized staff physician or designated employee must file a mental hygiene petition certifying that the hospitalized individual is likely to cause serious harm to themselves or to others due to mental illness or addiction. Also requires that health records must be documented accordingly, and the individual must be released within 72 hours unless further detained based on a mental hygiene hearing.
They may also receive treatment during the duration of the hospitalization. The bill also provides that each provider will be paid for the services at the same rate the provider negotiates with the patient's insurer, and persons and hospitals carrying out duties or rendering professional opinions as provided in this bill will be free of liability for such actions if their actions are performed in good faith and in a manner consistent with the standard of care. Finally, the bill provides that no later than July 1, 2020, the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals shall provide each hospital with a list of names and contact information per county of the mental hygiene commissioners, the designated county magistrates, and circuit judges able to address mental hygiene petitions. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I'm available for questions. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Will the chairman yield just for a quick question?
Yes.
I see on page 3, that last paragraph, that no action for this will not be taken as adjudication against an individual, and that's primarily for language for gun rights, so they don't lose their gun rights for life. My question is, that takes care of the state. Is there any language in there when you all flesh this out in judiciary that would trigger any federal statute where an individual would lose he or she would lose their gun rights?
No, that really was not taken up during the Judiciary Committee deliberations.
So we don't know if this may or may not affect it on the due process? Because we're streamlining due process, and typically your due process, if they're adjudicated, then they lose their gun rights for life as a result of this. And that looks like for state purposes it's taken care of. I'm just making sure on the feds, but you don't know for sure?
I don't think it would have any effect on their, unless there is a mental hygiene petition that goes forward and results in a commitment. This is just a temporary period of time rather than release them when they're in danger of hurting themselves or others, to provide treatment and basically hold the status quo until the mental hygiene position goes forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman 23rd, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman would yield.
Yes.
Thank you. And I know we kind of skirted around a couple of these things in judiciary, but just for the clarification, if a physician orders a detention of a patient, where are they detained?
They'd be detained either in the emergency room or in a room that the hospital provides specifically for that purpose. That's my understanding.
Okay. And so they would be held against their will at that point?
I guess you'd have to question whether they have free will at that point if they're addicted to drugs or in a position in mental distress. But I suspect technically, if they're capable of making a decision, they would be detained beyond their or against their will. Yes.
And if that's the case, and they would make a decision to leave, what happens at that point once a physician has ordered that detention of that individual?
This bill would authorize them to be restrained from leaving.
By who?
The hospital personnel.
Okay. Medical staff, security, etc.
I assume whoever the hospital has designated to perform that task, and we pass the hospital police force, it could be those folks.
I understand. Does this take the place of a regular involuntary commitment petition, or is it in addition to, or how does that work?
It's in addition to, and within 24 hours, according to the bill, they have to file that mental hygiene petition. So yes, that would anticipate that the next step, and during the process of them being detained, there would be a mental hygiene hearing conducted.
Okay. And lastly, in following up from the gentleman from Pendleton, if a physician makes a determination and a detention on a substance abuser, does that documentation, I assume that there would be medical documentation at that point with their order, does that indicate that they are an unlawful user thereof, which puts them in violation of Chapter 61, Possession of Firearms Code?
I don't think that would equate to a finding that would basically deprive them of their right to bear arms. I think that would just simply be part of the hospital record that would document that at the time they were admitted, they appeared to be under the influence of some type of illegal substance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady in the 32nd, Doug Staggers.
Would the chair yield, please?
Yes.
Could this not be the beginning of the red flag that, as the gentleman from Boone suggested, that if they are there because of drugs and illegal use of illegal substances, that they could lose their gun rights for life? That would have to be part of the record.
There would be, the record would be documented as to the reason that the hospital is detaining that individual. I don't think those records, obviously those records are subject to confidentiality and wouldn't necessarily be released to the public or released to law enforcement without appropriate court order.
The gentleman the 16th, Doug Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the chair continue to yield? Or Mr. Speaker, rather.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as established in the previous line of questioning, medical records are not are held confidential. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
So, without a court order, they could not be released to anyone. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And this is not a judicial finding of any mental illness or anything like that. Is a completely temporary hold, and therefore would not have any sort of judicial system documentation, which would otherwise create, a need for someone to no longer keep and bear arms.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think I followed all of that. Yes.
Okay. So then this is not a red flag.
It is not red flag.
Thanks, sir.
The gentleman of the 37th, Doug Pushkin. Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill?
Mr. Speaker.
Lady in the 49th, Doug Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of the bill. We have worked a bill similar to this many, many years with the concerns about gun rights. No one's gun rights will be taken from them unless they are found to be mentally incompetent during the committal hearing. This will just hold the patients until the hearing can occur. We are concerned about citizens that are threatening to kill themselves or kill other people, leaving our ERs when we cannot get the mental hygiene hearing set up in a timely manner. So this is just to protect these people and our society, and I urge passage.
Gentleman 13th, Doug Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 23rd, I'd like to ask him a question.
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
You were a sheriff, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have, as a sheriff, do you not have the authority to basically, if you think somebody's went off the deep end, can you commit them, or doesn't a sheriff have that power now?
No. In order for an involuntary commitment, you have to have a petition be filed either in front of a judge, a competent court of jurisdiction, or a mental hygiene commissioner, and there has to be a court order issued in order to take that person into custody for further evaluation. Then subsequent to that, then there's a hearing before the mental hygiene commissioner, and they are represented by counsel, et cetera. So it's a regular court hearing, if you will, before they can be incarcerated.
All right, so this would pretty much eliminate that process?
I don't think it eliminates that process. I think it's a different process, as I understand it, in an emergency, that a physician could commit someone to their own facility, to a hospital, until a mental hygiene petition can be filed. At least that's my understanding of the process as it's written.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman the 17th, Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to stand to speak strongly in favor of this bill, but I'm going to give you a little history of why we're where we're at. Our emergency rooms are tremendously stressed in this state, and I think we've seen some of that in all of our districts. Our emergency room providers are really needing this bill. And I can tell you, I had this happen about 20 years ago with a patient that left an emergency facility, went home, died. And it's gut-wrenching. This is not going to be used without cause, and the physician has no legal standing. All they're doing is holding the patient for their own protection until the state mental hygiene commission can intervene. Now, there's another part of the problem, and the reason this bill is necessary. Unfortunately, a few years ago, we cut back a fair amount on the number of mental hygiene commissioners in this state, and it's even harder to get these hearings done in a timely fashion. So this doesn't change anything about the current system. It just allows the system a little bit more time to work for the patient's safety. And I urge adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to 60th, Doug Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman please yield?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. If I understand the situation, we have, the situation is that we have people who may or may not be a threat to themselves or to others who are on the street, and we need to take them in and evaluate them. Is that correct?
Actually, it's more specific than that. They have come into the emergency room for one reason or another and perhaps want to leave, but the attending physician realizes that they're in such a state, either through some sort of intoxication, drugs, or just a mental breakdown, that they are a threat to themselves or others. This is really just an emergency retention type period while they can get medical care during that period, but also while the normal process of the mental hygiene process is unfolded.
Yes, sir. So there is a normal process that's in place.
Yes, it's just
why would this process be necessary then?
Well, this process is necessary because, number one, as the gentleman indicated, they've cut back on the number of mental hygiene commissioners. It's difficult to get that hearing scheduled. There's also involvement from another physician that's sometimes hard to schedule. I've done some of these myself. Sometimes it takes days, several days, to get one set up.
I understand,
and in the meantime, this person could very well hurt themselves seriously, kill themselves or someone else. So this is an emergency situation, but the normal process is required to unfold as quickly as it can, and in some cases it could be as short a time as just a matter of hours that they can get it set up. But the problem is, in many cases, it takes several days to get it set up.
Okay. Allow me to lay out my assessment, and if you would, assess my assessment for me.
Sure.
My assessment is that we are depriving people of their natural right to liberty, for the right to leave. There is a process, a due process, by which we can deprive them of that right, which is a valid function of government in situations where due process has been followed. What we're doing now is we're providing a separate process that does not follow the steps of due process to deprive them of their rights, and the reason for that is because we have failed to provide enough practitioners who can actually execute that due process. Is that a valid assessment, sir?
I would say that's part of the reason. That's
Yes, sir.
not the
Were we
entire
to actually provide the appropriate number of mental health, mental hygiene counselors, what are they called? The commissioners? Mental hygiene commissioners. Were we to hire enough of them, then this problem would be greatly mitigated, or maybe even we wouldn't have this problem.
That would certainly ameliorate the problem, lessen the problem. You've
Yes,
got logistics and geography and other issues that come into play. I mean, I guess if you had a mental hygiene commissioner stationed full-time at every hospital with the staff support they needed, that would certainly help, but I don't think that eliminates the issue.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Mr. Speaker, may I speak to the bill?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
It seems to me that we're solving for the wrong problem here, and for that reason, I am going to vote red. Thank you, sir.
The lady to 51st, Dr. Fleshauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't usually do this, but I have to agree with the gentleman from Berkeley. I think that he's correct, that this is the wrong solution, and I totally understand that we need to do something. This can be a heartbreaking thing for both the family and the staff of someone who is not well. And you don't want to let someone out just because someone is not doing their job. And we do have two people who should be who are paid and responsible to do the job, either a magistrate, which is supposed to be on call, or a mental hygiene commissioner. And the problem is a constitutional problem. You're not allowed to deprive someone of their liberty without due process. You can't put somebody in jail for 3 days without a hearing. You can't detain someone without a hearing under our Constitution. And even though we have worked this bill, and I think this is the best version I've seen so far of trying to solve this difficult problem, I still think we have a constitutional problem. You can't detain someone without due process, and that means a hearing. And what we need to do is get these mental hygiene commissioners and these magistrates on board. The other thing we did was we gave immunity to the hospitals for detaining people. That's a problem too. Normally, if you detain someone, there is a cause of action against you. And I can see why hospitals feel like they are performing a public service, and they are, by holding these people who are dangerous to themselves or others. But there are going to be some who are not. You know, I've done these cases before, and I know that sometimes an initial decision is made by a physician that a person is dangerous when actually they're not. I had one where an elderly lady, one of the evidence against her was that she tried to get something out of the refrigerator, and she hit her dad's arm. She was, something needed to be done about her, but it was not this. She did not need to be placed into an institution through the mental hygiene process. So mistakes can be made. I urge rejection of the bill for those reasons.
The gentleman, the 29th, Doug Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We talked a little bit about how this could impact somebody's gun rights, and I just wanted to draw folks' attention to the last proviso in this bill on page 3. That is something that a few stakeholders and people got into. No action taken against an individual pursuant to this section may be construed to be an adjudication of the individual, nor shall any action taken pursuant to this section be construed to satisfy the requirements of West Virginia Code 6177A4. So it's very clear that what's happening here is a simple detainment. It's not an adjudication of that individual as to whether or not they would have the substance abuse problem or mental defect that would lead to that person's firearms rights being hampered for a significant period of time, if not the rest of their life. That's something that would take place once they do have an actual hearing before a mental hygiene commissioner. So I just wanted everybody to know that this bill will not put this person in the position of losing any type of firearms rights. That would be under a separate section that has been in place for a very, very, very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 23rd, Doug Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman from Raleigh would yield.
Does the gentleman from the 29th, Doug Steele, yield for a question?
Sure.
The gentleman does yield.
Thank you. And this goes back to what you just spoke about in my concern. And the bill references 6177a4, is my understanding.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the provisions of 6177a3?
I didn't memorize it. Why don't you tell me?
Well, reading it verbatim, is an unlawful user or habitually addicted to any controlled substance.
Yes.
If a physician would find that and it is documented in their records, could that be held against an individual which they may detain?
That if you're talking about it, so when these folks do get detained, we submit them down in Raleigh County, we submit them, Raleigh, Fayette, and throughout, somebody from FMRS, a psychiatrist, comes over and interviews them, and that's where they're taking that information and so forth. So what's getting proposed here isn't necessarily going to change that part of it. So when they do that evaluation has to take place in conjunction with that mental hygiene hearing. So when they're having the mental hygiene hearing, that psychiatrist is going to testify, and that's when it's going to go in the record.
Understand
what you're...
That's the adjudication.
That would be the adjudication.
Okay.
This simply being in someone's record isn't going to rise to the level of taking away their gun rights. It's not until that person's adjudicated that the mental hygiene commissioner actually submits that to NICS that's going to go into that database.
In regard to the background checks for a concealed weapon permit conducted by a sheriff's office, if they have reason to believe that a person is an unlawful user of or habitually addicted to any controlled substance, that is in the knowledge base of the sheriff, and he gets those records. Could that be held against an individual in the issuance of a concealed weapon permit?
Well, I don't understand why the sheriff would have these records.
Well, he does a background check.
Yes.
And he has the right to deny a concealed weapon permit, which also goes into the BATF as far as elimination of the 3-day waiting period as well. So it's a pretty heavy burden, but once the sheriff would have knowledge of that, does that give him the ability to affect a person's gun rights, even if it's only limited to a concealed carry permit?
I think if the sheriff actually had that this came from NICS, because if the sheriff's doing a background check, I mean, he's going to be doing it through III, and that's going to let you know if somebody's been put into the NCIC database, okay? But that background check's not going to include getting standard medical records.
Agree. I would agree with that. That
they
would
would
not
only
be
be
included.
available after that would happen from the adjudication.
But with a local sheriff, he is not restricted to only what's in the computer, in effect. Does he have the ability to reach out, being a local individual, having local knowledge of local people? Does that give him the ability to potentially deny that concealed weapon permit?
Are you saying if he got the medical records, would he deny it?
Even if he has knowledge of it.
Like he personally has knowledge of it?
He was able to get copies of that. Because of the investigation ability, it's outside of HIPAA.
Oh, you're saying that this would fall, the hospital records falling outside of HIPAA?
Potentially.
That'd be an interesting thing to see on a case-by-case basis.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm not arguing the point or not, but I'm concerned about that.
To me, I think in the 999 cases out of 1,000, the sheriff's not going to have the capability of getting a hold of the individual medical records. And I think in these situations, those records are going to get transferred to the mental hygiene commissioner when they're filing that petition. Because what I anticipate from the bill is that hospital physician filing the mental hygiene petition, probably through a social worker on staff, and that's going to go directly to the mental hygiene. I was a mental hygiene.
So it'll carry on anyway. That information will carry on it to the next level anyway.
Yes.
Is your anticipation?
Yes, and if it's adjudicated, that's one thing. But I think if it was not adjudicated and the probable cause wasn't found, I think then no, the sheriff wouldn't be able to consider that in regards to the concealed carry permit.
That's what I want to make sure of. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman to the 11th, I'll get Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to this bill from a family standpoint. A young lady been on drugs 10 years. About Christmas time, she's trying to overdose, trying to kill herself. Family was notified. She went to the emergency room. She had infection. This is a basketball player, volleyball player. Going to amputate her legs. So they got her on triple antibiotics. 2.5 days later, she's gone. Left. Well, emergency personnel picked her up 2 weeks later. She was dead. They narked her, brought her back, and went back to the ER, back to the hospital. That's the other side of this bill. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to help these people. And I respect our Second Amendment rights. I do. But folks, let me tell you, this is tough. This is tough if it was your family. Okay? So, since Christmas, what is this, last February? Probably been in the ER 3 or 4 more times. Been into 4 other units. Stays 1, 2, 3 days and gone. My name's on the bill. But my name's on it for this family. And this girl, my niece. Thank you.
Lady from 32nd, Douglas Staggers.
I wasn't going to say anything because I'm the only person in here who works in the ER. But the ER doctors have 2 things. We are supposed to evaluate the person, do a history and physical and lab work. And then we call, I think we have 9 psychiatrists in our facility. The psychiatrists do not come to the ER, and no one from FMRS comes to the ER. It's a crisis team, which is a social worker, who evaluates, fills out the petition. If the petition is taken, we can always, in Beckley, get a hold from a magistrate. We just call and say, we need an emergency hold. I understand that it is important to save people, but the very fact that we can save people by making them get care in terms of addiction is not true. If we could bring that horse to water and make it drink, we should just commit all the drug users. There has to be a mindset that this is time now. So without any information about what actually happens in the emergency department, I don't see the importance of this bill and requiring more papers to be filled out and handed to people when I think we're already in the emergency department able to see and help people in a method that has worked so far. Thank you.
Gentleman, the 27th, Delegate Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to speak in favor of this bill. As my physician colleagues also state, emergency rooms are getting to be more of a battlefield nowadays, particularly on Friday, Saturday nights, and you usually don't have magistrates available to take care of things at that time. With substance abuse, we're talking about protecting that individual, but also protecting the rest of society. The emergency rooms are so backed up, rooms are full, we don't want to hold these people if we don't have to. I mean, this is a necessity. And the other thing is we're seeing a lot more of the providers, not just the docs, but the nursing staff, other personnel, from physical abuse from these individuals too. And it's not just in the hospital, but it's as they go back outside. So, you know, if we had a perfect system where we could make these decisions a lot easier, have magistrates there take care of this, that would be easy. But it's not in reality. And this situation's getting worse. And I think this is the way we have to go with it. I'm all for personal liberties. I don't want to restrict anyone from their personal ability to do stuff. But like I said, these individuals not acting rational, they're having problems, and they're going to harm other people. So I'm in full support of this.
The gentleman, the 37th, Dr. Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman briefly yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just a bit confused with some of the arguments I've heard both for and against and some of the questions that I've heard, so I'm going to try to just get to the gist of this bill. It simply says that the authorizing staff can sign just to hold a patient up to, not necessarily for 72 hours, but up to 72 hours until the commissioner is made available. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they would have to call within 24 hours, right?
well, the language is as soon as possible, and it's assumed it would be sooner than 24 hours, but yes, no later than 24
They're
hours.
required to make that call, the initial call, within 24 hours.
To file the petition, yes.
Okay. Now, and currently, I heard it stated that we don't hold people before they're adjudicated, but currently, like not in hospitals, but in jails, people are being held until before their arraignment. Is that correct?
That's quite true, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just briefly want to address the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
This is something that I've also struggled with. I'm also for personal freedoms, but I'm aware of the problems that we have in our emergency rooms, especially, in large emergency rooms where we don't have a police force like they do at WVU Hospital, where this problem, on the weekends especially, where the problems that are facing our staff there. This says up to 72 hours. That's worst case scenario. And they would have to be called within a day. And it also has absolutely no effect on gun ownership, because that's only if they are adjudicated. That's already in current law. That would have to do with the mental hygiene hearing that would take place once that commissioner shows up. This has absolutely nothing to do with this. It simply states that they can be held until the commissioner gets there, up to, but not necessarily that long, but up to, at the most, 72 hours. So I support the bill.
Lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the second opportunity to speak. I think this is a really crucial bill for us to debate, because we all do feel that way, that we don't want to hold anyone against their will without due process. I do ask you this question, though. For those of us that take care of people in the emergency room, we have no problem holding someone that's talking out of their head because their sugar's high or low. We have no problem holding someone who has an older person that has a urinary tract infection that doesn't know who they are. Why do we have no problem with that? But someone with a mental illness, we do. These are the people that are going out and committing mass shootings that we've talked about that we need to address. Perhaps these people have run out of their medicine. Maybe they didn't have the money to get it. We can keep them a day or two while we're waiting to have this hearing. Friday night at midnight, when there's a mental hygiene group that's covering a couple counties and they're not coming, we can get these people stabilized. And in fact, they're probably not going to lose their gun rights because they haven't had their mental hygiene hearing right away and they've been stabilized on their medicine. We're probably going to save some people and protect them just because they've had some type of mental health issue. We're keeping them until the hearing happens because they want to harm their self or someone else. You should be the person that's working in the ER and the person tells you they're going to go out and kill their family, and you watch them leave. You watch them walk out the door because you can't keep them there. These people need our help. We need to help them. I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the gentleman at 27th, Doug Schott, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we were talking about the insulin bill, I mentioned that there's very few bills that we take up here that could save a life. I think this is another one. You have somebody in the emergency room that decides they don't need treatment when it's obvious that they do, and they're making threats to other people, and you have absolutely nothing you can do about it. And then the next morning you read in the newspaper that they've killed themselves and their family. I mean, this bill can prevent that. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman of 64th, how do you wish to be recorded? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 81 ayes, 18 nays, and 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4009.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment is read by the clerk. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the acts to the House, to the Senate, request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4252, authorizing miscellaneous agencies and boards to promulgate legislative rules.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading yesterday with an amendment pending. Are there amendments?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the bill on page 10, section 3.
The gentleman 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my First Amendment for the purposes of recognizing my Second Amendment as a reformed amendment.
The gentleman 32nd asks unanimous consent that the pending amendment be withdrawn in lieu of the amendment now filed in the system. Are there objections? The chair has no objections. The First Amendment will be withdrawn. The clerk will report the Second Amendment.
Delegate Fast moves to amend the bill on page 10, section 3, line 80, following the word authorized by striking out the period and inserting the following, with the following amendment on page 7, section 7, subsection 7.4, after the word items by inserting the words excluding whole uncut produce.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the numerous rules in the rule bundle, and this particular rule deals with farmers markets. And my amendment simply is this: it would not require labeling of fresh, uncut produce. So if you're selling a bell pepper at a farmer's market, you don't have to put a label on it. That's the extent of my amendment. The code actually rebuts the way the amendment is now, because you don't have to label these types of things. This rule, without this amendment, would require such labeling, so I urge passage of the amendment.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment as just read by the clerk and explained by the gentleman the 32nd? The gentleman the 15th, Delegate Foster, is recognized.
Just wanted to say that this is a good amendment, something we missed in our Rules Committee.
The question before the House then is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4252, authorizing miscellaneous agencies and boards to promulgate legislative rules.
Question before the House is the adoption of shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the last bill that we debated got everybody's blood flowing, because you're going to need that kind of energy. This rules bundle contained 84 rules. Fortunately, some of them we can categorize similarly, and that's what we're going to do for the purpose of this summarization. However, it's going to take some time, so please bear with us. There are 24 rules in this bundle that establish the process and procedure for the first-time licensure of applicants that qualify as either low-income individuals or military families, and that's to seek the waiver of the initial licensing fee. The rule itself in each of these 24 cases defines the terms, establishes the process for applying for the initial licensing fee waiver. It sets forth the eligibility requirements and describes the necessary information and documents that must be submitted to the board to process the waiver request and determine eligibility. In addition to those 24 rules, there are 17 rules that Senate Bill 118, which created a new section in West Virginia Code Section 30-124, prohibiting professional licensing boards from disqualifying an applicant from initial licensure because of a prior criminal conviction, unless that conviction is for a crime that bears a rational nexus to the profession or occupation. The new section of the code also requires a board to allow an applicant who has previously been denied initial licensure based on a criminal conviction to reapply for licensure if, first, 5 years have passed from the date of conviction or date of release from incarceration, whichever is later. Second, the applicant has not been convicted of any other crime during that time period. And third, the underlying offense was not of a violent or sexual nature. A board must also allow a potential applicant, prior to applying, to petition the board for a determination of whether the individual's criminal record will disqualify him or her from obtaining a license, and the board must respond to the petition within 60 days. To the members, there are 17 of our 84 rules that basically fall within that description. That leaves only 40 left to explain. So let's get started. The first of those is 1 CSR 1, which is from the Board of Accountancy and deals with the subject of board rules and the rule for professional conduct. So, by way of background, Senate Bill 396 from 2019 requires boards to update fee schedules to allow low-income individuals and military families to apply for a fee waiver. The board also reduced fees for out-of-state transfers and updated language for CPA exam candidates in anticipation of updates from the American Institution. Next rule is 32 CSR 4 from the Board of Acupuncture and deals with fees. It's an amendment to an existing rule and it's modified pursuant to changes made necessary with the passage of House Bill 2324 during the 2019 regular session. The bill permitted the Acupuncture Board to issue certificates to perform accucurricular Accudex therapy, whatever that is. Additionally, the board provided emergency rulemaking authority to the board to establish fees for certificate holders. The rule has 3 changes. The first establishes a 10-year sunset date. The second establishes a fee of $60 for the 2-year certificate to perform that unpronounceable therapy. And the third change establishes a fee of $50 for a 2-year renewal of a certificate to perform that therapy. The next rule is 32 CSR 14, which is also from the Board of Acupuncture and deals with fees. It sets out the process for issuance of a certificate, renewal, qualifications, and terms for auricular detoxification therapy. The rule was made necessary with the passage of House Bill 2324 during the regular session of the legislature, and it provides that the certificate shall be valid for 2 years. In order to qualify, the applicant must be at least 18 years of age and also must be authorized to engage in the following licensed professions: physician assistant, dentist, registered professional nurse, practical nurse, psychologist, occupational therapist, social worker, professional counselor, emergency medical service provider, and corrections medical provider. The applicant must provide evidence of successful completion of a board-approved program and submit a completed application and the appropriate fee. It also identifies the causes for denial, probation, limitation, discipline, suspension, or revocation of that certificate, and disciplinary and complaint procedures and contested case hearing procedures. 61 CSR 1 from the Commissioner of Agriculture deals with the subject of animal disease control. It's an amendment of an existing rule. Article 9 of Chapter 19 of the West Virginia Code makes it the duty of the Commissioner and gives the Commissioner the authority to prevent, suppress, control, and eradicate communicable diseases of animals and poultry. This rule effectuates the provisions of Article 9 and defines or provides a definition of poultry and adds a requirement for testing of birds and poultry that are going to be imported into the state and lists certain exceptions. The next rule is 61 CSR 10, also from the Commission of Agriculture, deals with the Fresh Food Act. It's a new rule promulgated to implement the requirements of HB 2396, which was referred to generally as the Fresh Food Act. The Act requires state-funded institutions to purchase a minimum of 5% of their food from in-state producers annually. It also provides for each institution to appoint a liaison to the department to monitor and ensure compliance with the Act. By January 1, 2020, each institution is required to submit copies of their food contracts for the preceding 3 years and an analysis of those contracts relating to the purchase of West Virginia food products. Also, by August 31 of each year, the institutions are required to report on a form provided by the department specific information regarding the purchase of food and the percentage of those purchases that were meat, poultry, and produce from West Virginia. The The rule also gives the Commissioner authority to grant waivers from the Act's requirements and prescribes the terms under which waivers will be granted and the procedures for applying for one. The Commissioner is also granted authority to enforce the Act both as to state-funded institution and to West Virginia producers and sellers. And finally, the rule provides that it is to be enforced and construed to further the public policy of the Act. 61 CSR 11B is the next rule from the Commissioner of Agriculture and deals with auctioneers. It's an amendment of an existing rule and being made to reflect the passage of House Bill 2982 during the 2019 regular session and to incorporate provisions requested by auctioneers. The amendments add a requirement for a criminal background check as part of the licensure process and extends the time for the Commissioner to act on the application until 30 days after receipt of all information. The rule also allows auctioneers and apprentice auctioneers a grace period to operate under their licenses after submittal of all information necessary for renewal of those licenses. Requirements for elective courses to meet the continuing education element of these license renewals are eliminated in the amended rule. The rule now would allow auctioneers to place their license on inactive status and provides a procedure for doing so and for reactivating the license. Individuals who have practiced in the state without a licensing law for auctioneers shall be granted a license upon showing that he or she has practiced as an auctioneer for a period of 2 years preceding application for the license. The amended rule also modifies advertising requirements and modifies the requirements for contracts between auctioneers and sellers, and adds a requirement for written contracts between auctioneers and auction houses. The amended rule provides exemptions for auctions conducted for charitable organizations with some restrictions, and also makes online auctions subject to licensure requirements. Under the rule, auction houses will be required to register with the Commissioner. The next rule is 61 CSR 13A, also from the Commissioner of Agriculture, and deals with poultry rules for hatcheries, growers, and contractors pertaining to poultry disease control and eradication. This is a repeal of an existing rule and is being repealed because these provisions of the rule are now included in 61 CSR 1, Section 15. That rule became effective June 1, 2019. The next rule is 61 CSR 15 from the Commissioner of Agriculture dealing with grade A pasteurized milk. It's also a new rule, and it was filed originally as an emergency rule on December 6, 2019, and approved as an emergency rule by the Secretary of State on December 20. It establishes standards for production, transportation, processing, handling, sampling, examination, labeling, and sale of grade A milk and milk products. It became necessary as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 496 during the 2019 regular session, which transferred the responsibility and authority for milk regulation to the Department of Agriculture from the DHHR effective January 1, 2020. It also updates the version of the pasteurized milk ordinance West Virginia follows, which affects the ability of in-state dairies to ship grade A milk interstate. 61 CSR 19 is the next rule from the Commissioner of Agriculture, deals with the West Virginia manufacturer grade milk. It's a new rule and establishes operating rules and procedures for West Virginia dairy farms and milk facilities that produce, process, transport, sort, and distribute manufacturer-grade milk or manufacturer-grade milk products for human consumption that are not subject to grade A milk requirements. Also from the Commissioner of Agriculture is Rule 61 CSR 20 dealing with employment reference and inquiries and background checks. It's also a new rule implementing the provisions of House Bill 3007, which passed during the 2019 regular session. The rule allows the department to verify any information provided by an applicant or an employee and to require an applicant or employee to provide information necessary for the department to access records relevant to the position for which the applicant or employee is seeking. The rule allows individuals who receive an adverse suitability determination to dispute it and provides a procedure for doing so. The rule makes clear that an applicant has no property right in a position or offer of employment. Any records or information received as part of the background investigation, whether physical or electronic, are to be made separately and securely. Applicants and employees are required to report and any disqualifying or potentially disqualifying events, such as conviction, within 5 days of its final disposition. An employer's failed to do so as grounds for disciplinary action. Applicants who are disqualified may reapply after the expiration of 5 years after conviction or date of release from the imposed penalty, whichever is later. Disqualification for violent offenses, however, are for a period of 10 years, and for sexual offenses are for 20 years. The rule states that individuals with a criminal record may petition the Commissioner before applying for a position for a determination whether the criminal record will disqualify him or her from employment, and provides the requirements for the petition. The rule requires that a decision be provided within 60 days of receipt of the petition. Rule 61 CSR 24, also from the Commissioner of Agriculture, deals with the West Virginia Spay-Neuter Assistance Program. It's an amendment of an existing rule and establishes requirements for the Spay-Neuter Assistance Program provided in Article 20C of Chapter 19. The amendments modify certain definitions and eliminate the definition of the voucher-based program because that program is being eliminated. The amendments prohibit a grantee from charging a fee incident to adoption to cover spay-neuter services covered under the Spay-Neuter Assistance Program. If such a fee is charged, the grantee may not be reimbursed for the services. The amendments eliminate the voucher-based and low-income programs. Instead, the amendments provide that grantees are to be reimbursed for cost of providing spay-neuter services by submitting invoices and documents substantiating the cost to be reimbursed. Grantees must have the services performed by a veterinarian to be eligible for reimbursement, and they must enter into a contract with the Commissioner setting out the terms and conditions for the grant and instructions for requesting reimbursement. Also from the Commissioner of Agriculture is 61 CSR 29, the Industrial Hemp Rule. It's an amendment of an existing rule. It makes changes to reflect the licensing portions of House Bill 2694, the Industrial Hemp Development Act, which is codified in Article 12E of Chapter 19 of the West Virginia Code. The amendments modify existing definitions and add definitions of product and raw materials. The rule has been modified to add that background checks must be completed every 3 years as part of the renewal process. The rule modifies the existing standards for sampling and testing of a hemp crop. The modifications make clear that testing will occur before harvest and specify that the testing laboratory must be accredited to conduct quantitative THC analysis. The rule now allows for a second sampling and testing if a test result comes back above the permissible THC concentration at the Commissioner's discretion. Further, the amendments to the rule now allow licensee to use the Department of Agriculture's testing facilities for voluntary pre-harvest testing, subject to the availability of the equipment of the Department's equipment and personnel. The rule adds provisions in Section 7 for inspection of hemp processing facilities and allow each licensee to develop policies and procedures for the specific processing facility, and requires that the licensee maintain records demonstrating compliance with the policies and procedures. The department is required to inspect both the facilities and the records at least once a year and may do so more frequently. The enforcement and penalty provisions of the rule have now been moved to a new section and allow the Commissioner to take a variety of disciplinary actions against applicants and licensees, including suspending or revoking a license and embargoing or destroying a licensee's crop. Rule 61 CSR 30, also from the Commissioner of Agriculture and also dealing with hemp products, is a new rule implementing and reflecting the passage of HB 2694 during the 2019 regular session. It provides for the registration and regulation of hemp products sold within the state of West Virginia. Following an extensive definition session, the rule establishes the authority of the department to regulate hemp products, but also states that the Federal Food and Drug Administration and other federal agencies have authority to enforce federal standards regarding those products. The rule requires that the manufacturer of all hemp products distributed in this state must register annually with the Department of Agriculture. The distributors and sellers of hemp products and extracts must also register annually, and as part of that process, their manufacturer must include a certificate of analysis, the details of which are set out in Section 6. The hemp fiber products are exempt from the the certificate of analysis requirement and from registration fees, but still must be registered. The rule contains extensive labeling requirements, generally mandating truthful claims, cannabis oil content disclosure, and information regarding the product's provenance. Additionally, labels cannot be attractive to children or contain false or misleading information. The department is given broad inspection duties under the rule and the authority to conduct random inspections, sampling, and analysis. The rule contains a graduated enforcement action system for unregistered manufacturers and sellers and for product violations. The Commissioner has the power to embargo products that violate the provisions of the rule, and such products may also be confiscated upon order of the Circuit Court when the product violation is occurring. The Circuit Court may also issue injunctive relief restraining violative conduct. The rule also sets up procedures for informal administrative hearings with an appeal from such hearings to the Circuit Court where the aggrieved party has its principal place of business. Rule 61 CSR, also from the Commissioner of Agriculture, deals with captive cervid farming. This is amendment of an existing rule, and the primary purpose of the amendments to the rule is to add administrative penalties for violation of the rule or the corresponding code up to including revocation of an individual's facility license. The Commissioner may also order disposition of the inventory of properties unlicensed, not able to be licensed, or that experience repeated containment failures. The rule as amended also provides for an appeal of an adverse decision or order of the Commissioner. The rule now requires submission of samples from animals that die or are slaughtered within 1 week of sample collection. It also makes the veterinarian who makes the annual visual inspection or examination of each animal responsible for submitting a report to the Department of Agriculture. The owner was previously responsible before the passage of the rule. '61 CSR 38, also from the Commission of Agriculture, dealing with farmers markets. The rule establishes a framework for regulation of farmers markets and farmers market vendors, including registration, permitting, inspection, and product labeling. It establishes requirements for sampling at farmers markets and sets forth procedures for enforcement and hearings. Some changes to this existing rule are in response to feedback after the first year of the program. Other changes are being made to comply with Senate Bill 285, which related to the sale of homemade food items. The changes add definitions for homemade food item and mobile farmers market and revise language within non-potentially hazardous foods concerning what are commercially harvested, mushrooms. An approved certificate of sale from an authorized spore dealer is replaced with the mushrooms which are on the approved species list found in West Virginia Farmers Market's Vendor's Guide. The new language clarifies that wild harvested mushrooms may not be sold at farmers markets. The previous rule stated only wild mushrooms. Eggs are removed from the list of permit required food, but there is an agency-approved change regarding eggs. The changes add specific labeling requirements for products sold at farmers markets and differentiates labeling requirements for potentially hazardous farm and food products and non-potentially hazardous farm and food products. Each type of product will require different information. Language allowing cottage food vendors to be charged $27 per hour for inspections by the department has been stricken from the rule in error. The agency has expressed an interest in this committee allowing the fee to be reinstated, but it has not been at this time. The changes remove language which previously allowed local health departments to concern themselves with product labeling. Other technical corrections are made throughout the rule. 61 CSR 40, also from the Commissioner of Agriculture, deals with West Virginia exempted dairy farms and milk products possessing rules. This is a new rule. It establishes operating rules and procedures for West Virginia dairy farms that produce pasteurized milk that does not meet grade A milk or manufacturer milk standards, and which milk and milk products are to be sold only within the state of West Virginia. The rule became necessary as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 496, which transferred the responsibility and authority for milk regulation to the Department of Agriculture from the DHHR, as indicated earlier, effective January 1, 2020. This rule concerns milk that is acceptable for human consumption but which does not meet grade A or manufacturer milk standards and can be sold only within West Virginia. It sets out definitions, then establishes minimum quality standards and testing requirements. It prohibits use of milk containing inhibitory substances, which are antibiotics and pesticides not registered for use on lactating dairy animals. The rule also prohibits use of adulterated or abnormal milk. The rule contains standards for milking bars or milk parlor construction and maintenance and cleanliness. It also establishes standards for milk house construction and cleanliness and for milking utensils and equipment. It provides standards for animal health, insect and rodent control, and milking procedures as well. The rule requires pasteurization of all milk and milk products and provides standards and procedures for that process. The rule also requires a permit to operate a dairy farm or milk processing facility, and those permits must be renewed annually. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from the 35th to complete the summary of the rules.
Act 2.
That concludes our halftime performance. Into the second half. Here we go. This comes to us from the Board of Architects. The purpose of the rule is to set out the process for registering architects in West Virginia, including continuing education requirements and rules for professional conduct. The next rule is another Board of Architects rule. This provides modifications to a rule that were enacted through Senate Bill 396 during the 2019 session. The bill provides a waiver for initial licensing fees for low-income and military individuals. Board of Dentistry rule here. This rule amended and added definitions related to the practice of dentistry, specifically with regard to clinical examinations, which must be passed to qualify for licensure as a dentist or dental hygienist. Board of Dentistry rule relating to dental advertising. Now on to the Board of Dietitians. This provides through House Bill 118, which was passed last year. It prohibited many licensing boards from disqualifying applicants for licensure because of prior criminal convictions. This is a rational nexus bill, which requires that conviction be related to the practice related therein. The next one comes to us from the Election Commission. As you may recall, we had a small campaign finance bill last year. I'm testing if anybody's listening. And this provides out definitions and rules pursuant to the bill that we passed last year. Another election commission bill related to campaign finance. This proposes amendments to the rule that incorporates changes that were enacted through the 2019 Senate Bill 622. Next rule is from the Board of Medicine. This proposed rule includes an entirely new section, new streamlined procedure system called for practice notifications for the regulation of hospital-based physician assistance practice as required from Senate Bill 668. Board of Nursing Home Examiners rule here. This implements the requirements of Senate Bill 118, which passed last year during the extraordinary session we had, and implements the requirements of Senate Bill 396, which passed last year as well. Board of Occupational Therapy rule, which proposes to amend the fee schedule of the West Virginia Board of Occupational Therapy. Osteopathic medicine rule. The proposed changes make a number of changes to update and modernize the rule and to incorporate the necessary changes made to the authorizing statute. Board of Pharmacy rule. The rule is a general licensure and pharmacy operation rule. Another Board of Pharmacy rule, which deals with record keeping and automated data processing systems. Board of Pharmacy rule, which specifies the registration process for registered pharmacy technicians. Board of Pharmacy rule that concerns immunizations administered by pharmacists and pharmacy interns. Another Board of Pharmacy rule which concerns centralized prescription processing. Board of Pharmacy rule concerns the regulation of pharmacies. Board of Physical Therapy provides amendments to rules which include criminal background checks, which deals with rational nexus. Board of Physical Therapy rule which sets forth fees for physical therapists and physical therapist assistants. Board of Physical Therapy rule, which provides the regulatory framework for licensure, regulation, and discipline for athletic trainers in the state of West Virginia. Board of Physical Therapy rule here, which sets forth the fee schedule for athletic trainers. State auditor rule. The rule is substantially similar to the requirements for the purchasing card usage for the state, but this applies to local governments. State conservation rules that provide the State Conservation Committee the authority to administer a new grant program. Veterinary medicine rule. The purpose of this rule is to establish procedures by which vet technicians may be registered and regulated by the West Virginia Board of Veterinary Medicine. Mr. Speaker, that is a summarization of the rules bundle, and I think I speak for the gentleman from the 27th and I when I say please vote green quickly.
All right, House will please come back to order. That is the bill before us. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 83 ayes, 0 nays, and 17 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4252.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 83 ayes, 0 nays, and 17 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective for passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4388, limiting the Alcohol Beverage Control Commissioner's authority to restrict advertising.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to allow sellers of alcohol to advertise in their place of business with mirrors, coasters, bar mats, indoor signs, bar taps, and other methods of advertising. While many already do, this just makes it allowable under law. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 73 ayes, 11 nays, and 16 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4388.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4530, authorizing daily passenger rental car companies to charge reasonable administrative fees.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman of the 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The title does suggest the purpose of the bill and allows companies to collect a reasonable administrative fee, as long as that fee is related to or arising from a rental transaction where the fees are expressly noted in the rental agreement. In essence, what this is doing is it's allowing rental car companies to collect debts for parking tickets, speeding tickets, other moving violations. And those transactions on the back end sometimes incur administrative costs, so we're allowing the rental companies to recoup that cost that they've incurred from collection. Urge passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 87 ayes, 7 nays, and 6 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4530.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4626, West Virginia Development Achievements Transparency Act.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman at the 27th, Douglas Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require granting agencies in the state to provide the public with certain data regarding development subsidies requirements. The bill requires the state auditor to first create a searchable financial transparency website, contents of that website at 5B-9-6. It's to outline the reporting requirements for granting agencies and protects confidentiality of the information. It outlines penalties for failure to report or false information, and it permits the auditor to hold public hearings or trainings to assist granting agencies and recipient corporations for compliance. Mr. Speaker, that's the summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman to the 7th, Douglas Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to rise in strong support. This is one of my bills, and I tell you, I think it's a great measure for government accountability and transparency, and I just urge its strong adoption. Vote green.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4626.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4668, creating the misdemeanor crime of trespass for entering a structure that has been condemned.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman to the 35th, Douglas Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 4668 creates a misdemeanor crime of trespass for entering a structure that has a clear posting that the structure is unfit for human habitation or use. You'll recall some discussion on this bill the other day, and I think that for many of us in West Virginia, many of the town halls and constituent conversations that we've had, unfortunately and sadly, surround this issue of folks that are trespassing into structures and facilities where we believe it to be unsafe and unfit for humans. So this bill seeks to create a misdemeanor to deal with that issue. The misdemeanor is punishable by a $100 to $500 fine and jail for up to a year. I would draw your attention let me finish that. Jail for up to a year if the individual knowingly and willingly and without permission enters a structure which has a clear posting that the structure has been condemned as unfit for human habitation or use. We pulled the condemned portion out of that language so that it just merely has to be a structure. Also added through the amendment on Friday, we provided that a judge on a first offense may issue a pretrial diversion alternative to sentencing. Mr. Speaker, I'm available for questions on this bill. I do urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman 37, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you. The Vice Chair yield. And thank you very much. I'm sorry, did you say up to a year?
Okay, 6 months.
Okay. And in municipal court, where a lot of this is likely to occur, you could only get up to 30 days in a municipal court, correct?
In municipal court, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there others who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 92 ayes, 5 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4668.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4748 relating to the increase of fees that private non-government notary publics may charge for notarial acts.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman at 27th Douglas shot to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that was requested by the Secretary of State and seeks to increase the fees that a private non-government notary public may charge for notarial acts, and it clarifies the appropriate manner of advertising. Currently, there's a cap on what a private notary may charge for each signature notarized at $5, which has been a cap for many, many years and has resulted in a suppression of the supply of those willing to offer that service. What this bill does is to allow such notaries to charge $10 for each signature notarized and for each page retained in the notary's file and each notarial act performed. Additionally, the bill clarifies that these notaries may advertise for their services so long as a clear disclaimer is provided either at the place of the notarial act or in the actual advertisement that a notary who is not an attorney is not permitted to provide legal services, including document drafting, document review, or provide legal advice. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The lady in 32nd, Douglas Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a Rule 49 as I am a notary public.
The lady is a notary public. Are there other members here who are also notaries public? Chair, all members who are notaries public who wish a ruling from the chair under Rule 49 will please press your recognition buttons at this time. It's a good day to be a notary in West Virginia. Okay, all members seeking a recognition or seeking a ruling may turn your lights off at this time. It would be the ruling of the chair that all members who have sought a ruling by the chair under Rule 49, because you are a notary public, would be a member of a class of greater than 5 and therefore would each be directed to vote. The question again before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of 60th, Douglas Wilson, is recognized.
Speaker, would the gentleman please yield?
Does the gentleman of 27th yield for a question?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Who receives the benefit of this fee increase?
The notary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 88 ayes, 10 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4748.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 502 relating to methamphetamine criminal penalty.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill on page 1 by striking out everything after the enacting clause and inserting...
The gentleman 27th. Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent to explain the amendment? Are there
Yes,
objections?
Mr. Speaker.
There are no objections. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House passed out a bill earlier dealing with this section of the code. What we're doing here is by a strike and insert amendment, inserting the House bill, which we've already passed, into and in place of the Senate bill. Not a lot of difference between the two, but there is some. In the Senate bill, basically, the Senate categorized methamphetamines with the same provision as all narcotic drugs under Schedule 1 or 2 and had a penalty of not less than 1 year, no more than 15 years, or fined not more than $25,000, or both fine and imprisonment. Our bill basically removed that section, the second part under Schedules 1, 2, or 3, but had an enhanced penalty of not less than 2, no more than 10. So you got a difference on the downside, one on the Senate, not less than 1 on the Senate bill, not less than 2 on the House bill, but on the upper side, not less than 10 years on not more than 10 years on the House bill, not more than 15 years on the Senate bill. The fine is up to $25,000, which is the same for both. We passed this bill previously. We're simply incorporating the bill in place of the Senate bill. I urge passage of the adoption of the amendment.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman with 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield for a question? Can you tell me what House bill number we're talking about?
4852.
Thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to adoption of the amendment? If not, those in favor of adopting the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2088 relating to admissibility of certain evidence in a civil action for damages.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2149 relating to the Farm to Food Bank tax credit.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2646 providing a safe harbor for employers to correct underpayment or non-payment of wages and benefits due to separated employees.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Hornbuckle and Fleischauer move to amend the bill on page 2, line 24, following section 4A and the period by inserting a new section to read as follows.
Does the lady from the 51st wish to explain the amendment? Are there objections? There are no objections. The lady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would add a very, very pared down Katherine Johnson and Dorothy Vaughan Fair Pay Act to the Safe Harbor bill. It's the same article of the code, and I think that this is an appropriate day to pass this amendment and pass this bill, both of them. So I urge adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Lady to 49th.
Yes, since I haven't seen the amendment, can you let us know if it's germane to the bill?
Chair just received it. The chair's reviewing the bill right now. chair has looked at both the amendment and the bill. Based on the chair's ruling on amendments last week, it would be the ruling of the chair that while the proposed amendment does insert language into the same section of the code, it does the proposed amendment does not relate to the provisions of the bill sought to be amended by the amendment in a way that the chair would believe to be germane to the bill. So the chair will not rule the amendment as germane at this time and will sustain the point of order. Are there further amendments to the bill? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4019, downstream natural gas manufacturing investment tax credit.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4354. House Bill 4354, adding naboxamols to the permitted list of distributed prescribed drugs.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4360, exempting certain persons from heating, ventilating, and cooling system licensing requirements.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4377, the protection of vulnerable adults from financial exploitation.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4396, relating to reporting suspected governmental fraud.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4409, relating to transferring remaining funds from the Volunteer Fire Department Workers' Compensation Premium Subsidy Fund.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Maynard and Spinago move to amend the bill on page 3, and Boggs move to amend the bill on page 3, section 33A, beginning on line 62 by striking out subsection.
Does the gentleman 22nd, Delegate Maynard, wish to explain the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are there objections? There are no objections. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment before you today, the Maynard and Spinagle amendment, what it sets out to do is to set workers' compensation premium fund for the volunteer fire departments, and it sets the date out farther. Actually, this year it was set to close, so what we're going to do is extend that to 2022. We're also going to leave $1 million in that fund just in case there is some increases in the workers' compensation premium fund, and then we're going to give $1.8 million to the volunteer fire department training and equipment fund that we set up 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, that is an amendment, and I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman, the 64th, Delegate Householder, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I agree with the small changes and support the amendment. I urge adoption.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of adopting the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4421, Natural Gas Liquids Economic Development Act.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4433, relating to deeds of trust.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee House Bill 4447, creating the Shared Table Initiative for senior citizens who suffer from food insecurity.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4464, relating to driving privileges and requirements for persons under the age of 18.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4558, creating a personal income tax credit for volunteer firefighters in West Virginia.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Maynard and Householder move to amend the bill on page 2, section 4, line 8, following the words fire department by striking out the word responses and inserting in lieu thereof the word activities.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman, the 22nd, Delegate Maynard.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quick, delegates, we're going to change the wording in it from response to activities, and a couple of reasons why. Because responses is just going to the scene of the accident. What activities would do is clear it up to where fundraising, the meetings, the trainings, everything was. All those activities were available for the tax credits. So they can get credit towards the tax credit. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
The gentleman of the 64th, Douglas Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I agree with the gentleman's amendment, and I believe it just offers clarity to the bill, so I urge adoption.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4606, listing contractor classifications on a contractor license.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4715, authorizing municipalities to take action to grant certain fire department employees limited power of arrest.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4760, modifying video lottery retailer licensing eligibility requirements.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4780, permitting county boards to offer elective courses of instruction on the Bible.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Pushkin and Doyle move to amend the bill on page 1 following the enacting clause by striking out.
Are there objections to having the amendment explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection. The gentleman from the 37th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a strike and insert amendment, and it basically is, well, it is the amendment that was overwhelmingly adopted to this same bill in Senate Judiciary, and it removes some of the language that could possibly be interpreted as unconstitutional by our state constitution, and replaces that with language that doesn't favor or, to quote the Constitution, confer any peculiar privileges or advantage on any sect or denomination. What it does, it removes the requirement the elective social studies course on Hebrew Scriptures and Old Testament, New Testament of the Bible. It replaces that with county boards of education may offer to students in grade 9 or above an elective social studies course on sacred texts or comparative world religions. And from listening to the public hearing this morning, I think this really gets to the gist of what both sides were really seeing this as, is more as just studying religious texts and not placing one religion over the other. So it simply says sacred texts or comparative world religions. I would urge adoption. I reserve the right to close.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just explained by the gentleman of the 37th. The gentleman from the 67th, Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into the amendment, I want to commend the lead sponsor for coming up with this idea. I voted for his bill to come out of the Education Committee, and he explained very clearly that he did not want this to be seen in any religious sense, and I commend him for that. But it occurs to me that there are other texts that are equally important in history and have significant history for people to learn. The Torah, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, there are any of a number of other ones. And it occurs to me that if we're going to fully understand the Bible as history, we should also fully understand those as history as well. So that is why I support the amendment, and I'm a sponsor. Thank you.
The gentleman 39th, Douglas Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly urge rejection of this amendment, in that it is a complete departure from the intent of the bill. The amendment ignores the basic premise of the bill, which is this, that the Bible is the most influential and significant book of all human history, apart from its religious and theological implications. And that giving school boards the option of offering an elective course to high school students would give the choice to those students to take a one-year course on the historical, literary, and cultural significance of the Bible. No other book compares to the influence of the Bible in those regards. The amendment replaces, as the distinguished delegate from Kanawha mentioned, replaces the word Bible with those two options, or in between, comparative world religions, sacred texts, plural. So here we have a Bible in schools bill that does not reference the Bible whatsoever. And the bill itself does not assume that the Bible is sacred, only that it is significant in our culture, in our history, and in our literature. But those two options that are put in the bill while taking out the word Bible, comparative world religions is already part of the social studies curriculum in the school system. And then the word sacred texts, again that's plural, but the amendment does not define what those sacred texts are. As we understand, as was expressed powerfully in the public hearing today, and I've heard on debate from other issues, religion is a very personal thing. And so what is sacred is defined by one's personal conviction. And so therefore, the amendment, since it does not define what these plural sacred texts are, the sacred texts could mean almost any writing. And so we're going to offer a course of any writing that someone thinks is sacred. Certainly the examples that the distinguished delegate made a few moments ago, the Quran and others that he noted, and we could include the writings of Confucius, the Code of Hammurabi. Somewhere down the line we'd get to the writings of L. Ron Hubbard, and in conversation with folks in this room, perhaps even the writings of the New York Times would be considered by some as sacred. And very sadly, there are some wayward souls who believe that the perverted writings of Adolf Hitler are sacred. And so we open up a terrible can of worms here, Mr. Speaker. So the amendment is just really a thinly veiled attempt to keep the Bible in a status of being unwelcomed and inappropriate, even in an academic, non-theological setting in our schools, a position which has been supported by the Supreme Court of the United States. I urge rejection of the amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman 27th, Dr. Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking in favor or against the amendment, it depends on which position you want to take. The amendment gives only two choices. It says sacred texts or comparative world religions. I have no problem with that if that was the intent. It does not allow to go to specific elective courses in either the Bible, the Old Testament, or the New Testament, or combination. The original intent of the bill is to do elective courses in each of those and does not preclude the possibility of sacred texts or comparative religious studies. So I think it's going to have to come down to a personal decision on if you want to look at the original intent of the bill to have electives versus to make it broader and go with the amendment. Now, my thought would be with the amendment, county board may choose to be just broad and not employ direct course, elective courses in specific subjects, as the gentleman from Beckley had mentioned. I'm kind of torn on either. I can go with both. I do know the Senate adopted this amendment. However, it is on, I believe, second reading over in the Senate, and I understand some people are trying to remove that from that text. So we're probably going to end up having a committee anyway in the end of this, but I think that's up to both, whatever you want to do. I'm undecided on this. I'll have to see how the rest of you go.
The gentleman 60th, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield? Would the author of the bill please yield? Thank you, sir. May I please direct your attention to page 1, line 7? Actually, let's back up to line 6. If I may, I'd like to read what I see here.
Of the amendment or of the bill?
Of the bill, sir. The purpose of a course under this section is to teach students knowledge of biblical content, character, poetry, narratives that are prerequisites to understanding the development of American society and culture, including literature, art, music, mores, oratory, and public policy. If I understand that intent, that pretty much precludes any Vedantic scriptures, any of the speeches or writings of Gautama Buddha. There are a large number of writings and teachings that we are not addressing because they don't necessarily have they don't help us to understand the development of American society and culture. Is that within keeping of your intent of writing this bill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 66, Doug Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 37th yield?
Thank you, yes.
So I heard you mention, and I also heard our education chair mention that this proposed language in your amendment closely mirrors some language that was also amended into a Senate bill?
It doesn't just closely mirror it, it is the Senate bill.
Okay, so that's, well, that was my...
And it was passed overwhelmingly in the Senate Judiciary.
So I did attend this morning's public hearing, as I believe you did as well. I did hear some individuals express concern about favoring one sacred text over another. Would this proposed language in your amendment, would that preclude a school district from offering a elective course on the Bible?
No.
Okay. So they'd still have that under this amendment, but they might also be able to offer other sacred text outside the Bible. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, this would remove the language that would place one religion over another, which, in my opinion, would be unconstitutional.
But at least in the current posture, as you understand it, this language would mirror what appears to be under consideration in the Senate.
It is what is under consideration in the Senate.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do other members wish to speak to adoption of the amendment? If not, do sponsors wish to close debate on the amendment? The gentleman 37th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I just want to point out, what's it? It's Article 3, Section 15 in the West Virginia Constitution, where we have an even more stronger guarantee of religious freedom than is even protected in the U.S. Constitution. And if you just bear with me for a second, I'm going to read this section. It says, "No man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship, place, or ministry whatsoever, nor shall any man be enforced, restrained, molested, or burdened in his body or goods, or otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or beliefs. But all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion. And the same shall in no wise affect, diminish, or enlarge their civil capacities." Here's the important part regarding this. "And the legislature shall not prescribe any religious test whatsoever, or confer any peculiar privileges or advantages on any sect or denomination, or pass any law requiring or authorizing any religious society or the people of any district within the state to levy on themselves or others any tax for the erection or repair of any house for public worship, or for the support of any church or ministry. But it shall be left free for every person to select his religious instructor, and to make for his support such private contracts as he shall please." The language in the original bill, and I attended the public hearing this morning, and with an open mind, it's something that interests me, since I am one of two members of a religious minority that I know of in this body, who grew up attending public schools in West Virginia my whole life. I had a definite interest in this bill, so I attended the public hearing. And what I heard was, well, this would be more like a literature course. This is not putting one religion over the other. It's constitutional because it's just allowing an elective in what I figured would be comparative religion. So that's why I tried to fix the bill to make it constitutional. Because as it stands right now, with the language, we could teach the Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. I'm not exactly sure who you're going to find to teach Hebrew in West Virginia. I think there's only a couple people that can teach Hebrew in West Virginia. I had a few of them. And I can read Hebrew, by the way. But just by having the phrase Old Testament in there, for example, is really discrediting the religion that I grew up in. It's problematic language that you're putting in code to call what I grew up reading and believing of the Old Testament. That's not how we referred to it. Simply having that in there is discrediting a religion that not a whole lot of West Virginians practice, but I can assure you a few of us do. And the amendment, like I said, was adopted overwhelmingly in the Senate. And I think because what it does is it makes the bill constitutional. So I would strongly urge adoption of this amendment. And, it was stated earlier that this could be interpreted that that anything could be a sacred text. Well, as the bill stands right now, it's only interpreted as what certain people think is a sacred text. Only what you might think is a sacred text. So I'd strongly urge adoption of the amendment. Keep in mind that not everybody believes or prays the exact same way, and we should be open to all West Virginians. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as explained by the gentleman from the 37th. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. No's appear to have it. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 45 ayes, 53 nays, 2 members absent not voting, less than a majority in favor. Chair declares the amendment lost. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4797, authorizing municipalities to enact ordinances that allow the municipal court to place a structure, dwelling, or building into receivership.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4803, relating to certification of electrical inspectors.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4823, developing a plan for periodic audits of the expenditure of the fees for the emergency 911 telephone system and wireless enhanced 911.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4853, relating to a customer constructing a connection or other infrastructure necessary for the customer to connect to the public utility.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
House Bill 4859, accounting for state funds distributed to volunteer and part volunteer fire companies and departments.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4872, modifying the criminal penalties imposed on a parent or guardian or custodian for child abuse.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4882, authorizing limited sampling and limited sale of wine for off-premises consumption to wineries not licensed in the state.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4886, requiring the PSC and DOH to submit reports concerning activity on the coal resource transportation road system.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4887, relating to revocation, cancellation, or suspension of business registration certificates.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4959, relating to clarifying the ability of the Economic Development Authority Board of Directors to enter into any contracts necessary to carry out its duties.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4960, relating to exempting from licensure as an electrician.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading?
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 554, relating to termination, expiration, or cancellation of oil or gas leases.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, expiring funds from state excess lottery revenue fund to various accounts.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 572, expiring funds from general revenue and lottery net profits to various accounts.
Bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 725, supplemental appropriation of various Department of Education accounts.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 778, supplemental appropriation expiring funds from state excess lottery revenue fund to DHHR.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 779, supplemental appropriation expiring funds and state excess lottery revenue to Department of Veterans Assistance.
The bill will be advanced.
Senate Bill 780, supplemental appropriation by decreasing and adding new appropriation out of Treasury to DMAPS.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2478, modifying the Fair Trade Practices Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2897, relating to driving restrictions in school zones.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4159, relating to the manufacture and sale of hard cider.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4176, West Virginia Intelligence Fusion Center Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4362, relating to penalties for neglect, emotional abuse, or death caused by a caregiver.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4402, relating to designating designation of early voting locations.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4439, clarifying the method for calculating the amount of severance tax attributable to the increase in coal production.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4461, requiring the governor to fix the salaries of certain state-appointed officers after the office is vacated or after July 1.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4494, Tobacco Use Cessation Initiative.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4497, requiring an external defibrillator device at any secondary school athlete event.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4535, relating to student aid class titles.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4560, relating to deliveries by licensed wine specialty shop.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4573, relating to Medicaid subrogation liens of the Department of Health and Human Resources.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4574, establishing just transition support for coal-related jobs.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4587, modernizing the Public Service Commission's regulation of solid waste motor carriers and solid waste facilities.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4602, increasing the penalty for DUI causing death when a child is present.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4619, approving plans proposed by electric utilities to install middle-mile broadband fiber.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4639, changing frequency of mandatory state inspections of motor vehicles.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4648, the Parenting Fairness Act of 2020.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4665, reducing the amount of rebate going to the Purchasing Improvement Fund.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4693, expanding the scope of the Veterans to Agriculture Program.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4705, including 3 types of cancer for which rebuttable presumption of injury from employment exists for firefighters.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4717, Seizure and Forfeiture Reporting Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4746, establishing a registry of persons with a communication disability.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4804, relating to comprehensive systems of support for teacher and leader induction and professional growth.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4892, reducing personal income tax rates when personal income tax reduction fund is funded at a certain threshold.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4905, ban the Box Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4925, requiring the Secondary Schools Athletic Commission to recognize private, parochial, or church schools.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4929, relating to the administrative closing of state or unprogressed estates.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4946, eliminating the requirement that Municipal Police Civil Service Commission certify a list of 3 individuals for every position vacancy.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4953, providing the PSC with authority to order the acquisition of failing utilities and a variety of tools to assist distressed and failing utilities.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4958, relating to eliminating the ability of a person's driver's license to be suspended for failure to pay court fines and costs.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4966, relating generally to updating the North American Industry Classification System Code references.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4969, relating to providing tax credit for the donation or sale of a vehicle to certain charitable organizations.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4970, relating to military service as a factor in certain insurance coverage rates.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4971, relating to a closing hospital.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th for leaves of absence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleague, Delegate Rowe.
Are there objections to a leave being granted? The chair hears no objection. A leave of absence shall be granted. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Miscellaneous business. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday.
The lady's motion is that subject to announcements, the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Are there announcements?
Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 49th.
Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:30 tomorrow behind the chamber.
The gentleman from the 13th, Delegate Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will be meeting today at 2:30 p.m. in the Education Committee room, and the agenda is posted.
The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. House Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3 p.m. in the committee room. The agenda is posted. Republican members of that committee will meet at 2:45 in the chairman's office. And inquiry of the chair as to availability of this chamber at 8:30 a.m. this Thursday, February 27th.
The chair is advised that it is available.
Would the chair be so kind to allow the Committee on the Judiciary to occupy this space at that time, on that date?
It is available.
Okay, thank you. There will be a public hearing in this chamber on February 27th at 8:30 a.m. regarding Senate Bill 275, creating an intermediate court of appeals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Republican members on your Committee on Government Organization will caucus today at 3 p.m. in the chairman's office, and your Committee on Government Organization will meet today at 4 in the Government Organization Committee Room, 215 in the East Wing. The agenda is posted. Thank you.
The lady from the 38th, Douglas Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Pensions and Retirement will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the House Finance Committee Room. The agenda has been posted.
The gentleman from the 10th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman from the 17th, Douglas Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make an announcement to the members just so you could start planning for something. March the 5th, which is next Thursday, we are going to have Drug Court Day. And the reason I wanted to let people know, and so they could put this in their schedule, in the state Supreme Court chambers, we are actually going to have a graduation of drug courts from the following counties: Roane, Hampshire, McDowell, Wayne, Boone, Lincoln, and Kanawha. So your judges will be there with several constituents, and this may be something you want to attend. There'll also be a citation before a floor session, and there'll be exhibits in the hallway. But I wanted everybody to know, particularly from those counties, that your folks will be here that day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor would please vacate the chamber. And with those on the floor and our guests in the gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Pastor Paul Kuhn of Hernshaw and Coal Fork United Methodist Church in Hernshaw, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the senator from Jefferson County, Pastor Kuhn.
As we come together in one accord, let us pray. Our most gracious and loving Heavenly Father, we look to you for wisdom, knowledge, and compassion. These are troublesome times in our world, nation, state, and communities with problems abounding, from wars far away to the homeless and opioid crisis just next door. We ask for so many things in life, but seldom seek your wisdom and guidance when we ask. We try to do things ourselves and only make things worse. You are always there for us, as you said. You will never leave us nor forsake us, but we leave you all the time and wonder why we fail. Your truth is all we can rely on. If we will only be still and listen, continue to supply us with your grace and help us to show that grace to others. Open our eyes, our ears, and our hearts to your word, that we will not be ignorant of it. Help this body to seek you out for guidance and understanding, so that they will make the correct decisions for this state and its people. May all this be done today, glorify you and not ourselves. We thank you, Lord, for your sacrifice for us, and I ask you, Lord, that we look upon you, what you did, and sacrifice ourselves to you and your will. I pray this in our Lord's name, our Savior's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. The senator from Jefferson County.
Will our guests in the gallery and the members please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. The reading of the journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 21st, 2020. The Senate met at 11:14 a.m. Senator Carmichael.
The
Mr.
senior
President.
senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized when your name is called. As guest of the senior senator from the 5th, we have Isaiah Reynolds, Emily Perkins, Mackenzie Bowen, and Gracelyn Reynolds. As guest of the senator from Braxton County, we have Carissa Tomey, Ian Hamrick, Mackenzie White, and Shelby Gee. And as guest of the senator from Harrison County, Aaron Carpenter, Alex Conrad, Lucas Roush, Ryan Carpenter, and Katie Anderson. And as guest of the senator from Jefferson County, Christopher Ring. Some are in the rear of our chamber, most are in the front. Let's give them a warm Senate welcome. Thank you. You may be seated. Further introductions, the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure and yours to introduce our West Virginia Academy of Family Physicians Doctor of the Day. In the rear of the chamber, we have with us Dr. Dana King from Morgantown. If you wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. All in our gallery and all three, we have folks from all over West Virginia who have traveled here today for Pro-Life Day at the Legislature. I would love for the Senate to please make them feel welcome. And there's two among them that they may recognize, my husband and my daughter. Will the Senate please make them feel welcome and please stand up.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. As you announced, we have a page from Jefferson County, and on behalf of the senior senator from the 16th and myself, we would like to welcome his mom. Alicia is here. Would you please stand up so the Senate can make you feel welcome?
The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to our pro-life guests in the gallery, we have quite a few pharmacist students here, and I want all those to feel welcome. But in the South Gallery, and students, if you will rise when I call your name, from the WVU School of Pharmacy, we have Callan Banks, and from the Marshall University School of Pharmacy, we have Ariana Davis, Nick Jones, and Zach Atkinson. Senate, will you please join me and make them welcome?
The junior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in your gallery, and I believe in the South Gallery, and on your behalf, I would like to welcome, we have a group of manufacturers from all over the state of West Virginia. They're here to represent the nearly 48,000 direct jobs the manufacturing industry contributes to the West Virginia economy, as well as the additional 200,000 supporting jobs this industry creates. As I go ahead forward, I'd just like to see the representation here. Could you please stand for just a second in these galleries, please? So hold on, I got some more here for you. Please stay standing. These are our state's makers that just stood up. They're the ones that innovate, create, and manufacture the products that we all here use every day. The great careers and diversity they bring to our economy include automotive manufacturing, medical products, chemical manufacturing, hardwoods, steel and special metals, food-grade products, artisan manufacturing, and much more. And I know we just gave them welcome, but I would like for everybody to please make them feel welcome here at our Senate today. Thank you.
Thank you. Further introductions? Senator may proceed.
Got one more for you. So also on your behalf, we have Dr. Krista Capehart here from Winfield. She's with WU School of Pharmacy, and she brought students with her from WU, University of Charleston, and also Marshall. And so if they would all stand too, I know we have a bunch of them just to stand. All the pharmacy students could please stand just to show the representation that you came down here today to advocate for pharmacy. Thank you. Please make them welcome.
The senator from Braxton County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure, as well as the junior senator from Harrison, to recognize the parents of some of our pages today. Clarissa Thorne, her mother Tracy Thorne, Ian Hamrick, his father Tommy Hamrick, Shelby Gee, her mother Christine Smith, Mackenzie White, and her mother Tanya White. If they'd all stand, the Senate make them welcome.
The senior senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Cabell and myself and the senior senator from the 6th and the junior senator from the 6th, I'm pleased to announce we have a chaperone and a father here of the pages that we have here from Wayne County. Greg Perkins, if he would stand, and we'd welcome him.
The senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you'll bear with me. I have a rather lengthy list today. First of all, and you've heard me say this dozens of times, the folks who sacrifice their day to bring our pages down here to let them appreciate what goes on in their government are so important. And the ones who brought the Gilmer County high school students today, we have two teachers with us, Jacob Yoakum and Karen McLean. Will you please make them feel welcome? Where are you all at? Back there they are. Thank you. Also, in addition to our pages, we have a whole bunch of Gilmer County high school students in the stands or in the galleries if they'd like to stand. Scott Price, Trinity Bancroft, Emily Eisenhart, Elizabeth Black, Amaya Stewart, and Malaysia Morgan. Please make them feel welcome. And I love it when parents bring their children down or their students down to page with us. Today we have two from Harrison County with our page, Lucas Rush, mother and father, Sandra and Jeff Rush, and their brother Brady. Would they please stand and be made to feel welcome? There they are. Thank you. Finally, Mr. President, we have with us some very good friends of the senior senator from Braxton and I in the gallery to my right here today. First, we have Rocky Romano, distant relation to me, but not close, but we're very close friends, the Harrison County assessor. We also have Robert Matheny, who's done a tremendous job as our Harrison County sheriff, and with him is his chief tax deputy and also the mayor of Stonewood, Jim Tarango. And I'd just like to point out, because we may be about to eliminate this for him, but between them, since they have taken office over the last 2 years, they've collected, I believe, over $1 million in delinquent personal property taxes. Please make them feel welcome. Finally, I'd like to give a welcome to all of the county officials that are here today on some very important bills and are going to make known to us their opinions and their voices. If they'd all stand, we'd like to make you feel welcome also. All the county officials. There they are. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Tammy Tincher to stand, please. She's above me here. She's the Greenbrier County Commissioner. Will the Senate please make Tammy welcome?
Are there further introductions? Yeah, recognize the senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Logan, we're very pleased to have a couple of pharmacists from that's worked in the Madison area for many, many years. They have been faculty people for the rural rotations of their students that are matriculating in pharmacy school right now. They've been dear friends. So I'd like to introduce Robert Burton, Barbara Foster, and Bob Foster. If they would stand, the Senate make them welcome.
Thank you. Are there further introductions? Further introductions. Communications from the House of Delegates.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 23.
Excuse me. Before we go to this order of business, I will take a moment to recognize the senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. We received some sad news today, and that's that Catherine Johnson, daughter of White Sulphur Springs in Greenbrier County, died today, and she was 101 years old. I think many folks know Catherine Johnson from the movie Hidden Figures that came out a couple of years ago. Catherine Johnson was a mathematician. She was a pioneer at NASA. She was a winner of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest award given to a civilian in the United States of America. She was a proud graduate of West Virginia State University and later West Virginia University. She was a woman whose handwritten computations were more trusted in NASA than those done by microprocessors in her day. Catherine Johnson was a West Virginia legend. So I would ask that the Senate please join me in taking a moment of silence in her honor and memory today.
Please rise. Amen. Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senior senator from the 5th.
Requesting unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Greenbrier be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. The communications from the House of Delegates.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of committee substitute for House Bill 2321, allowing workers' compensation benefits for first responders diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Message will be received, referred to Committee on Health and Human Resources with a second reference to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3098, allowing the same business owner to brew or sell beer to also distill and sell liquor.
Message be received, referred to Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4001, creating West Virginia Impact Fund.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4155, relating generally to the regulation of plumbers.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The House appointed conferees, delegates Foster, Steele, and N. Brown, as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 4275, authorizing Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety promulgate legislative rules relating to the Fire Commission.
Message will be received.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4363, establishing the West Virginia Division of Natural Resources Police Officer Retirement System.
Message will be received, referred to Committee on Pensions with a second reference to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4408, requiring the State Board of Education to develop and implement an online database for the employment of school principals.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Education.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4452, modifying the notice requirements for the redemption of delinquent properties.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4474, relating to peer-to-peer car sharing program.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4522, allowing division to accept documents compliant with Real ID Act for proof of identity.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
House Bill 4523, removing the limitation of number of apprentice hunting and trapping licenses a person may purchase.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Natural Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4557, relating to centers and institutions that provide the care and treatment of mentally ill or intellectually disabled individuals.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4634, Southern West Virginia Lake Development Study Commission Act.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Natural Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4645, establishing the Office of Regulatory and Fiscal Affairs under the Joint Committee on Government and Finance.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Government Organization with a second reference to Committee on Finance.
House Bill 4737, clarifying student eligibility for state-sponsored financial aid.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Education.
The House adopted House Concurrent Resolution 102, requiring the development of funding formulas for West Virginia's public institutions of higher education.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Education. Are there further communications from the House of Delegates?
No, sir.
Communications from the Executive?
There are none.
Reports from standing committees?
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 28, allowing West Virginia Board of Medicine investigators to carry concealed weapons, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize the Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 28, allowing West Virginia Board of Medicine investigators to carry concealed weapons. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 66, requiring state police to follow towing services policies of county of location, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 66, requiring state police to follow towing services policies of county of location. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 119, creating online voters guide, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 119, creating online voters guide. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Under the original double committee reference, also be referred to Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 160, creating volunteer WVU rifle team checkoff program on hunting and fishing licenses, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 160, creating voluntary WVU rifle team checkoff program on hunting and fishing licenses. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 732, authorizing fee payment and expense reimbursement for attorneys who participate on court teams established by the Supreme Court of Appeals, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration. The bill be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 732, authorizing fee payment and expense reimbursement for attorneys who participate on court teams established by the Supreme Court of Appeals. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 278, providing various methods to deal with defendant who becomes incompetent during trial, and Senate Bill 765, modifying habitual offender status, and reports the same back without recommendation as to passage, but with the recommendation that they both be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize the Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and the bill be read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 278, providing various methods to deal with defendant who becomes incompetent during trial. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced under the bill's original double committee reference. Also be recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 278 be re-referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Senate Bill 765, modifying habitual offender status. First reading of the bill.
Report will be received. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time. Recognize Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 765 be re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 511, regulating pawnbrokers, now on third reading, having been referred to the Committee on Rules on February 4th, 2020, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mitch Carmichael, Chair ex officio.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 521 relating to job creation and economic incentives, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 521 relating to job creation and economic incentives. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 616 relating to employment grievance procedure for public employees, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 616 relating to employment grievance procedure for public employees. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 653, increasing number of magistrates in Putnam County, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 653, increasing number of magistrates in Putnam County. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 661, replacing minimum minutes of instructional time required per day, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 661, replacing minimum minutes of instructional time required per day. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 687, increasing compensation of elected county officials, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 687, increasing compensation of elected county officials. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 690 relating to overland recreation, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Finance be dispensed.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 690 relating to overland recreation. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 745, creating exemption to state sales and use tax for rental and leasing of equipment, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and Senate Bill 829, establishing Overland Recreation Fund, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 745, creating exemption to state sales and use tax for rental and leasing of equipment. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced. Recognize junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the second bill be taken up for immediate consideration and also read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 829, establishing Overland Recreation Fund. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 762, creating Persevering Patient Stability Act of 2020, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 762, creating Preserving Patient Stability Act of 2020. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 832, permitting retailers assume sales or use tax assessed on tangible personal property, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 832, permitting retailers to assume sales or use tax assessed on tangible personal property. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
That's all I have, sir.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills. Recognizes junior senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bills 843 through 845 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
Junior senator from 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 843 through Senate Bill number 845 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 47 by Senator Beach requesting study of effectiveness of current laws maintaining private roads.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 48 by Senator Baldwin naming the U.S. Army Private First Class Ronald Lee Berry Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 50 by Senators Prezioso and Beach designating February 25th, 2020 as Fairmont State Day.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 51 by Senators Romano and Facemeyer recognizing Shinston Fire Department's 90th anniversary.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Are there additional resolutions?
No, sir.
Motions. Recognize the senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Rule 34, I move the Committee on Workforce be discharged from further consideration of Senate Bill 62, taken up for immediate consideration. Committee on Judiciary reference be dispensed with and read a first time.
The senator from Monongalia County requests or moves that Senate Bill number 62 be discharged from the Committee on Workforce. Is there discussion? Recognize Senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the bill that we have before us is also known as the Katherine Johnson Fair Pay Act of 2020. And as our good friend from Greenbrier indicated, she did pass away just this morning. So just to give you a little information on what the piece of legislation does, it does not force an employer to increase pay for women in the workforce by 20%. What the bill actually does makes it unlawful to discriminatory practices for an employer as a condition of employment to prohibit an employee from disclosing information about his or her wages, benefits, or other compensation, or sharing information regarding any other employee's wages, benefits, or compensation. The bill also limits an employer's inquiry into job applicants' wage and salary history. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the junior senator from the 17th. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand, unfortunately, to oppose the motion by my colleague from Monongalia County. I believe that this bill should have gone through the process. There's a lot to be discussed. There's certainly financial implications. I believe also, to my understanding, there is a potential companion bill that is making movement through the House. So for those reasons, I would oppose this motion. Thank you.
Further discussion, recognize Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the previous question.
The senator from Morgan County moves that the previous question be adopted. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Yeas and nays have been demanded. Yeas and nays have been demanded. The clerk will prepare the machine. I should restate the motion so that everyone knows that this is a motion to move the previous question. All those in favor of moving the previous question will vote yay. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine again. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 19 yeas, 14 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on the previous question of invoking Rule 34 and discharging the committee. All those in favor will vote yay. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 12 yeas, 21 nays, 1 absent and not voting, less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion rejected. Are there further motions? Petitions?
There are none.
Unfinished business? Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question has consent to return to the fourth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 846, originating in committee, relating to requiring a hospital to publish notification prior to facility closure, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Unanimous consent, the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, read first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 846, relating to requiring a hospital to publish notification prior to facility closure. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 847, originating in committee, relating to updating the controlled substance lists in Schedules 1 and 5, and reports the same back with a recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 847, relating to updating the controlled substance lists in Schedules 1 and 5. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 848, originating in committee, relating to providing that persons charged with certain offenses related to driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs are not eligible to participate in the Military Service Members Court, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration and read a first time.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a first time.
Senate Bill 848, relating to providing that persons charged with certain offenses relating to driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs are not eligible to participate in the Military Service Members Court. First reading of the bill.
Bill be advanced.
That's all I have, sir.
Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 43, naming the U.S. Army First Lieutenant Fred Omar Pratt Memorial Bridge.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 44, naming portion of road in Wayne County in memory of Tootsie Hensley. Please keep Buffalo Creek litter free.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 45, requesting study of benefits of creating West Virginia State Bank to facilitate access to capital for returning veterans.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Banking and Insurance.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 46, requesting DEP and DHHR proposed public source water supply study plan.
Recognize the Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that further reference to committee be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 46, requesting DEP and DHHR proposed public source water supply study plan.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Recognize Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The short title for the resolution is self-explanatory, but this is originated by the entire Committee on the Judiciary. As many know, this resolution addresses the perfluoroalkyl substances and polyfluoroalkyl substances, commonly known as PFAS substances. The United States EPA is looking at those. They've not adopted any regulations or standards yet, and our State Department of Environmental Protection is engaged, has started to be engaged in a study. In this resolution, the legislature will express its support for that study. Pretty well documented and understood now, Mr. President, that these substances are carcinogens. They can cause cancers in humans and can pose dangers to our water supply. So that, as I understand it, is the impetus and focus of the study that our State Department of Environmental Protection wants to do. They said in committee, testimony was in committee, that the passage of such a resolution may provide them at least moral support and maybe some financial support for the DEP's work on this. They will be, I think, applying for some grant funds if they're available, and they seem to think that the passage of this resolution might assist them in that endeavor. So I would be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President, and I urge the adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Further items under unfinished business?
No, sir.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 528, creating Uniform Worker Classification Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 528 would make amendments to the West Virginia Code. Actually, it creates a new article in the code, and it's designated as Article 5L within Chapter 21. Chapter 21 is generally labor. Article 5L would be the West Virginia Employment Worker Classification Act. And so it's a new article, would contain 6 sections, and the purpose of this bill is to establish a fairly bright line test for determining who is going to be classified as an employee and who will be classified as an independent contractor, Mr. President. And this is limited to for purposes of our workers' compensation laws, our unemployment compensation laws, the Human Rights Act, and the West Virginia Wage Payment and Collection Act. So the first section of the act is a short title. The second section of the act is legislative findings. And the gravamen of the act begins in Section 4. Really, that's the guts of this act, and there are 2 subsections, A and B. And what it tells us is, in subsection B, basically everybody's going to be considered an employee and not an independent contractor, an employee, unless they meet the specific test that's set forth in subsection A. And the test in subsection A has basically 4 or 5 important components, and you have to meet them all. They're in the conjunctive. So the first one, the first part of the test, item subdivision 1, is that there has to be a written agreement between the person, the worker, and his or her employer that says, I understand I'm not an employee. I'm going to be an independent contractor, and that I'm providing services as an independent contractor. I'm not going to be treated as an employee, and I'm not going to be provided by the principal with workers' compensation, unemployment compensation. I'm obligated to pay my own taxes. The person for whom I'm providing services will not be withholding taxes for me, and I'm going to be responsible for supplies and expenses involved with the work that I do. And so I want to pause there because that's just the first part of this test. But the idea behind this bill is so that we can have a uniform standard among all these employment agencies. It's to bring clarity so we don't have different tests for every different thing, which goes on all the time now, and to give our courts, when they examine these questions, and it comes up, is this person going to be an employee, or is this person an independent contractor in those contexts of workers' comp, unemployment, etc. The purpose of this whole act is to say, here's the test. Here's the test you examine. And so the first part of it, Mr. President, is a written agreement. You got to have a written agreement signed by both parties that says, I'm an independent contractor. I understand that. And I want to just pause there for a moment because, you know, we talk about freedoms. A really important freedom in this country, recognized by our founders at the time of this nation's birth, is the freedom to enter into contracts and the importance of contracts to allow people to define their own relationships with one another. It's protected in the United States Constitution, Mr. President. No state may impair a contract that's been formed between people. So that's the first part of the test. You have a written, signed contract. The second part of the test says the person has to either be paying his own income, federal and state income taxes as a self-employed person, a sole proprietor, or providing his or her services through a business entity like a partnership or an LLC. So it brings in the income tax status. The third part addresses such questions as control of the manner and means by which the work is accomplished. And it makes sense. If you are an independent contractor, you have more control. If you're an employee, you're controlled by your employer. Your employer tells you what to do. And then the fourth part of the test, person has to meet at least 3 of a whole bunch of criteria which are related to question of autonomy and control. And there's a big long list, but if you meet any 3, then you meet part 4 of the test. But if you look at the list, it includes such things as except for services that can be performed only at specific locations, the person has control over where the services are performed. The person is not required to work exclusively for one principal person unless there's a law or regulation that requires that or a license requires that. But so if you're free to work for multiple people, then that indicates more of an independent contractor status than an employee status. Person's free to exercise independent initiative in soliciting others to purchase his or her services, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to read them all, but if you match up any combination of those, then you satisfy the 4th prong of the test. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. You got to meet all of them. You got to meet them all together. And if you do, then you're an independent contractor. If you don't, you're an employee. There are a couple other provisions. There are limitations on the scope of the article. Section 6, we're making it clear, we're trying to, that this test applies only in those employment law areas. Workers' comp, unemployment, Human Rights Act, and Wage Payment and Collection Act. There's preemption of city, municipality, county government regulations that would interfere with it. I think, Mr. President, this bill is going to bring clarity to these vexing questions. They're hard questions for our courts to deal with, and I think if we pass this bill into law, we're going to make that easier, eliminate or reduce some litigation. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of this bill.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strenuous opposition to this bill. Despite all the things my good friend from Morgan said, this is not going to be a good bill for West Virginians. Doesn't put West Virginians first. You know, there is no bright line between an employee and an independent contractor. Can't be. The IRS has dozens of criteria that are applied and weighed in deciding that issue. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to try to make it simple to get out of unemployment, workers' comp, and the Human Rights Acts for our employers. But what we're going to do is cause confusion. I mean, let's talk about the contract. Everybody has the right to contract. If you're an employee and you're told sign a contract or forget about the job, what are you going to do? You're going to have to sign the contract whether you believe you're an independent contractor or not. Otherwise, you're not going to feed your family. That's not freedom to contract. That's using a better bargaining position to oppress our employees. That's why the law is the way it is. The law is, there's 3 major factors, but there's a whole bunch of criteria under them. It's about control. It's about whether the job you're going to perform is actually one that you do as a business. Now, trying to make everybody independent contractors was presented to us as a uniform bill, that it was done by the committee that puts out uniform state laws. That wasn't true. This is a bill by ALEC, by the American Legislative Executive Council. This is their bill. It's not a bill from the state's Uniform Law Committee. It was given to us and presented to us in a different light in an effort to get us to go along with it. Then we got the chief counsel for FedEx Ground. They flew her in here to talk about it. And we asked her what she was here about. She was here to protect our small businesses. That wasn't true. During the committee hearings, it was exposed that FedEx had settled cases totaling almost $400 million for misclassifying their employees. So, this is the way the bill was brought to the committee. Now, aside from the confusion, aside from the issues it's going to cause for our employees, it's a bad bill. It's good for lawyers, because if you have people working for you that are not under the workers' comp system and they get injured, workers' comp doesn't protect the employer, and lawyers will be able to bring cases against them for the injuries. That'll be good for that group, and I'm one of that group. Let's not subject our employers to mass confusions. Let's not subject our employers to having to decide whether they're employees or independent contractors under state law, only to find that there's a different conclusion reached when the IRS comes in and looks to see if they've treated them properly as employees, which they will not have. I've urged a no vote on the bill, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Recognize the senator from Upshur County.
Would the gentleman from Morgan yield for a question?
Yep. Senator yields. Senator does yield.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. The written agreements between the employer and the employee, who would sign on behalf of the employer? Would it be the human resource or the proprietor of the company, or who?
Well, we're talking about written agreements between a business and an independent contractor, not an employee. There's nothing in the law that requires an employment situation to be governed by a written contract. What this bill says is it can only be an independent contractor relationship if between the worker and the business there is a written agreement. And it's, you know, it addresses, I assume the answer to that question would be who on behalf of a business would sign it. It would be someone with authority granted by the business to sign it. So if it's a corporation, it would be a corporate officer authorized by an appropriate corporate resolution to execute agreements. If the business were a partnership, the law allows any partner of a partnership to sign. If the business were a limited liability company, our law allows a manager of a limited liability company to sign those kinds of agreements, if that helps.
Does the size of the employer, whether it's a two-person company or a large corporation, does that make any difference?
No, we have no, at least not within this act, we have no threshold of size of employment. The written contract with the principal has to be in compliance with the section. It would state the principal's intention to engage the services of a person as an independent contractor, and acknowledgments by the person. He or she understands that he is providing services as an independent contractor, is not an employee, is not covered by the business's workers' comp or unemployment for benefits, must pay his own taxes, be paid probably then on a 1099 instead of a W-2 form, and responsible for his own supplies or expenses utilized in the service to be provided. That's that first part of the test.
One last question. Is there any monetary exchange to have the independent contractor to sign this form?
A contract Like any other contract, there are certain legal elements that have to be part of a contract. Offer and acceptance, capacity of the parties to enter into a contract, and one of the fundamental principles of every contract is consideration. So there has to be some consideration. That may be payment. It would be the obligation for payment as the parties' contractual relationship move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator wish to speak to the bill? Recognize the senator from Upshur County to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back a few years ago, when I owned my insurance agency, I almost sold it for the one time before that I eventually did sell the agency. But the gentleman that was going to purchase it was going to offer the employees more money on the hour or in their salary in lieu of eliminating their health insurance or their pensions, in which my predecessor and his predecessor, we had started pension plans years before, and I just didn't think that was a good idea. The gentleman from Morgan says this will reduce litigation. I think it's going to increase litigation at some point. I found that people that when they go to work for you, if you offered them, say if you were paying $10 an hour and be offered them $15, and say, but now I'm not going to put you on workers' comp, I'm not going to put you on unemployment, and you're going to have to take care of your own taxes. And then at the end of the year, when they get their 1099, they're going to swear that they didn't realize what they were signing. And for those reasons, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Recognize Senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the Judiciary Chair, yield, please.
Senator continue to yield. Senator does yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Just a real quick question. Within the legislation, does it address the opportunity that an employer would have to basically leak information out in the community that jobs are available to you if you go into the office, sit down with HR, and agree to sign this document to become an independent employee?
No, there's nothing in the bill that addresses how an employer or limits how a business or a potential employer advertises for, recruits, or seeks to engage either employees or independent contractors. That's not addressed at all in the bill. The bill really addresses when the bill seeks to address and clarify when the question comes up in the context of those four areas: workers' comp, unemployment, Human Rights Act, and the Wage Payment Collection Act. The bill seeks to clarify and answer the question, is this person an employee or is this person an independent contractor for those programs?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there Senator wish to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I received the answer that I was looking for, and I think it's obvious. The gentleman from Upshur County, I can only echo his sentiments. Having been a manager and a supervisor of a large retail operation, I could see where some bad players in our community could leak a little rumor around, hey, you can go into this store or to this warehouse or this coal mine, but if you give them the right answers, you have a job. That's not what this should be about, folks. That's just a soft pressure, because there's people out there who need employment here in the state of West Virginia. And if you're told, yeah, you can have a job if you go in there and answer the questions the right way, who are we helping? There are going to be thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of West Virginians who, as the gentleman said from Upshur County, when they get their document for their IRS statement, that they're going to be in trouble. They're going to be borrowing money to pay their taxes. And not to mention what happens with workers' comp when they get into an accident on the job. I mean, it's just an explosion waiting to happen, folks. And because of that, I ask you to reject this piece of legislation.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Braxton County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the Judicial Chair yield?
Does the senator continue to yield? Senator does yield.
Senator, would this scenario work out if this bill is passed. I decide that I want to be a handyman, and so I'm going to call myself a contractor, and I'm going to get some business cards printed up, and I'm going to go around to people's houses, and I'm going to say, you know, I'm a contractor now, and here's my card. And would that allow me then to be able to perform that work as a contractor?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think under other laws in West Virginia now, contractors or people who hold themselves out to be such have to have a license to do that. They have to be licensed by the West Virginia Contractor Licensing Board. But what this bill would do, say you had all the appropriate licenses and you held yourself out on that basis and you went around to various people's houses providing those kinds of services, this bill would help answer the question of, are you an employee of those people for whom you're doing work, or are you an independent contractor? In other words, if you got injured while you were working on my porch, are you entitled to receive workers' compensation benefits because under some theory that you were my employee or the like? That's what this bill is designed to address.
So in a roundabout way, what we're doing is allowing contract labor.
This allows people to define their relationship under certain limited but strict criteria as one of employer-employee or one of business and independent contractor, depending on the factors outlined in the bill. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to close debate. I think we've had a good discussion here of what this bill does and doesn't do. I'd like to address a couple of the things that were raised during the course of the debate. I do not agree that this bill is going to cause confusion. In fact, I think the principal purpose of this bill is for those areas, Human Rights Act, Workers' Comp, Unemployment, and the West Virginia Wage Payment and Collection Act, to eliminate confusion. Eliminate confusion that exists now, to put in code a bright line test, a test that people can look at and rely upon. And I believe it will reduce litigation. I think people, once the bar, the attorneys of the state, the employer community, the worker community understand this, the people will know. They will know up front, what is my status? Am I an employee or am I an independent contractor? The idea of, first of all, people not understanding a contract they entered into, I don't think can form the basis of what we do with respect to this legislation, because no contract is valid or enforceable if people don't, comprehend or understand the arrangement into which they're entering. But this bill does allow, clearly, if you meet a whole bunch of criteria, people to voluntarily choose to do business on that basis as an independent contractor without confusion or question by the person who has hired or engaged that person's services or that person himself as to what the person's legal status is, which, as we all know, drives and affects the rights and duties and responsibilities of both parties. What we're trying to eliminate here is to bring clarity and develop rules that are logical and understandable for everybody. I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 17 yeas, 16 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Senator Trump moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 578, recalculating tax on generating, producing, or selling electricity from solar energy facilities. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 578 provides a change to the taxable generating capacity for solar power generation methods. The taxable generating capacity is a factor that is used to calculate the B&O tax on power generation. Currently, solar power is not specifically addressed in the code. This bill would set the taxable generating capacity for solar power generation at 8%, which would bring it into alignment with the B&O tax of other forms of power generation. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a great bill for West Virginia. To open up to solar power is something that is 21st century, and I'm very proud that there's some activity going on in this direction. This particular plant will be a $90 million investment in West Virginia. It will generate somewhere around $825,000 a year in state B&O tax, and it's a good thing for a good start for West Virginia.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Recognize Senator from Cabell County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with the senator from Raleigh. Basically, this enables us to expand our footprint when it comes to renewable energy. And as we've said before, boardrooms around America are paying attention to this as a factor in terms of where they choose to locate. The benefit to the local economy in the Beckley area, which is where this would be, is going to be significant. And I'd just like to see us moving forward with an energy portfolio in this state that covers all the bases. And that will, in fact, move us forward. I urge passage.
Thank you. Further remarks? Recognize the senator from Harrison County for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Raleigh yield?
Senator from Raleigh yield. Senator does yield.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Let me start out by saying I'm an advocate of alternative power sources, and I think encouraging them is a great idea. I was curious, there's a credit in this bill, right? Doesn't this bill create credits?
I'm not aware of the technicalities of creating the credits other than what they would do with other windmills sort of thing. You got the B&O tax on the generation of electricity. You have the 8% taxable generation capacity rate, and there's no fiscal impact for the state.
That was my question. Why is there no fiscal impact?
There is no negative fiscal impact for the state. It's a commercial scale solar generation and is not under current statutory framework.
And again, I was trying to determine what is the basis of encouraging, what is the basis of the bill to encourage the use of solar power?
At roughly $1 million per megawatt, the project will involve an overall investment in the commercial. It basically, let me just say it this way, it's basically a merchant generating facility that is not going to impact the residential cost of electricity or anything like that, if that's where your question is coming from.
And what I was trying to determine is, are we giving any type of tax benefits to the creation of this type of power
Not that
generation?
I'm aware of, no, sir.
Where's the power going to be used?
It will be commercially sold back to the power company.
Back to the
Yes.
grid, you mean?
Yes. As such, the energy produced is not rate-based or tariff-oriented.
So that means it's going to be shipped out of state?
Yes, it will be shipped basically to PJM, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland.
Right, that's the power grid, our regional power
Right.
grid. So, but again, just to be sure, because this didn't go through any committee I was on, this bill does not cost us any taxpayer funds in any way.
No, it does not, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Further remark? Recognize senior senator from the 5th.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this. Oddly enough, at the CEO Speakers Forum that Brad Smith led in Huntington, and it's one of the better events I've been to at the Keith Albee and actually in West Virginia. All three CEOs talked about part of the investment portfolios and part of what they look at in terms of a company, and part of it has to be their renewable energy policy and where that goes. So this is us getting into the 21st century. It helps Appalachian Power, in this case, modernize their portfolio as it relates to renewable energies. And as much as, and Brad Smith said this, look, I'm from West Virginia, I'm for coal, I'm a product of what's happened in coal, but I will tell you this is the future, and this is where we've got to go. So it was an interesting topic that they had come up. No one thought that that was one that they were going to discuss, but I think it just highlights the need for a bill like this and what we're trying to do. And I think it's great for Raleigh County, but I also think it's great for us as a state, and actually great when we start recruiting companies in as it relates to Appalachian Power. So look, I have been a supporter of coal and actually worked for a company that we had timber and coal. This isn't running away from that. It's embracing where the future is going. Thank you.
Further discussion before I recognize the senior senator 15th to close. The senator from Wyoming County.
I stand in support of this bill. I think this is going to be a great opening for West Virginia, the state of West Virginia. This will attract commercial scale solar generating units that do not currently want to come here because we don't have this kind of solar energy generation here, and it will all be sold into the grid and go out everywhere. So I think it's going to be a great thing for southern West Virginia and the state of West Virginia to attract businesses here. Thank you.
The senator from others desiring to speak to the bill before I recognize the senator from Cabell for a second time. Senator from Cabell.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the remarks of my senior senator from the 5th. And this is 2020. We don't have to apologize to fossil fuels and those industries which have carried us for such a long time and will carry us in the future. I remember when we prayed for coal on the Senate floor, of all things. So I mean, we don't disrespect it, but we've also got to be open-minded to the future. In southern West Virginia particularly, most of us from south of I-64 know what devastation there has been for a variety of reasons, and it's about time for us to welcome renewables. And so, at the risk of being redundant, I appreciate it, the intent of this bill, and I urge support.
Other members desiring to speak to the bill? Recognize the senior senator from the 15th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to close the debate, but I want to get ready and give a little bit of a message here as well. First of all, I am in support of this bill. And I want to give it a little bit of an anecdotal reason for it here too. But boardrooms, stockholders, CEOs, consumers throughout not just this country, but this world are starting to demand the products that they purchase come from renewable sources and zero waste streams in the manufacturing process as well. From the Eastern Panhandle, and I met with Clorox back on, I believe it was November the 17th, and I was traveling through the corridor, and I'd noticed on November the 13th or 14th, and all the windmills that was up. And I'll come back and I asked the staff, I said, get ready and put together a bulletin, and it's online here if you go over and look at it, in the committee of the Finance Committee's site online. Coal in West Virginia is 92.29%. Hydroelectric is 2.75. Wind is 2.63. Natural gas 2.11. Oil is 0.24%. Notice what was missing? Solar. It's not listed on our grid mix on what we have. What I'm getting at here, Mr. President, is when I sat down and met with the people from Clorox that hadn't yet announced that they were going to be locating in West Virginia, their third plant, by the way, the third plant that Clorox, there's only one state in the union that has 3 Clorox facilities within the state, and it is West Virginia, and it was their commitment to being here. I pulled out that I just happened to have that because the staff had given it to me, and I had it in my pocket, and I pulled that out. And you should have seen the reaction on their face when I pulled it out and showed them what we had. And I said, but make no mistake. I said, you picked the best to be at for this. We are expanding our renewables. But unlike other states that can have brownouts and blackouts, we have a 92% coal generation where coal can behave like a battery. Only nuclear and coal can do that at this point in time until we're able to develop technology-wise industrial level solid state batteries. Otherwise it feeds into the grid, but if we want a stable, and that's what these manufacturers look for, is a stable power grid, then it takes the mix, that portfolio, but it comes right back to those stockholders and the CEO. We're trying to bring business into this state. We accomplished it in this instance, in spite of some difficulties at times, but that's why I come up and support this, or stand up and close on this bill and support this bill. We need to have an expanded portfolio. This bill helps us get here so that we can bring more jobs to the state of West Virginia. Thank you.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective on July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 579, changing and adding fees to wireless enhanced 911 fee. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 579 provides for a modification to the wireless enhanced 911 fee imposed by the West Virginia Public Service Commission. Those monies are currently distributed to the counties, state police, and the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. In order to comply with the federal requirements, the bill limits use of these monies in the wireless enhanced 911 fee. It also establishes 2 new fees, which are a public safety fee and a wireless tire fee. This new fee structure is intended to clarify the current practice and maintain current funding levels. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Cabell. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 586, reorganizing and redesignating Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety as Department of Homeland Security. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 586 reorganizes the Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety. It removes the military elements, the Adjutant General Office and the State Armory Board, the Military Awards Board from the department, and renames it to the Department of Homeland Security. The bill clarifies the divisions that report to the Cabinet Secretary and the powers and the duties of the Secretary. Senate Bill 586 also creates an Office of Administrative Hearings for low-level grievances and to conduct other hearings within the Department of Homeland Security. It separates the State Fire Marshal from the State Fire Commission and places the State Fire Marshal within the Department of Homeland Security. Finally, the bill redefines the duties and responsibilities of the State Resiliency Office and creates the position of State Resiliency Officer. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 651 relating to definition of mortgage loan originator. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Wood County is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to amend and clarify the definition of loan originator. The current law defines a mortgage loan originator as any individual who is sponsored by a mortgage lender, broker, or regulated consumer lender licensed by the Division of Financial Institution and is compensated or expects to be compensated for taking mortgage loan applications or negotiating the terms of a mortgage loan. And Mr. President, urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a ruling of the chair under Rule 43 of the Senate. This bill addresses responsibilities in some degree of financial institutions. I serve as a director of a community bank and its holding company. I ask for a ruling of the chair on whether I should vote or be excused from voting upon this question.
Thank you. In response to your inquiry, it's my understanding of your situation that you are considered a member of a class and therefore will be required to vote. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 689, enacting Requiring Accountable Pharmaceutical Transparency, Oversight, and Reporting Act. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, Senate Bill 689, does exactly the title says. It enacts accountability, transparency, oversight, and reporting in the pharmaceutical industry. The bill requires that a drug manufacturer and health benefit plans who prescribe prescription drugs or provide prescription drug coverage in West Virginia provide cost information, changes in cost information, and prescription drug statistics to the state auditor. The bill requires that the state auditor to publish the information on a searchable transparency website free of charge. There's also a reporting requirement to LACRA. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 691, limiting programs adopted by State Board of Education. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides that additional alternative programs to prepare teachers established or adopted solely by the State Board are separate from the programs established under certain other alternative certification sections of code, do not require a partner, are applicable only to persons who hold a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution of higher education, are subject to certain other statutory provisions only to the extent specifically provided for in the State Board rules, and can be an alternative to the standard college and university programs for the education of teachers, and also may address the content area preparation of these persons. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 705, allowing military veterans with certain experience qualify for examination as electrician or plumber. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to allow honorably discharged military veterans, as well as members of the National Guard and Reserves, with certain training and experience to qualify for examination for license as a plumber, electrician, or journeyman sprinkler fitter or sprinkler fitter in training. I will entertain any questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 707, relating to nursing career pathways. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the establishment of a West Virginia Nursing Career Pathway Work Group by the State Superintendent, the Chancellor for Higher Education, and the Chancellor for Community and Technical College Education. This work group will be charged with developing a career pathway to address the unmet need for nursing assistants, licensed practical nurses, and registered nurses with a bachelor's degree in nursing in the state of West Virginia. The State Superintendent, the Chancellor of Higher Education, and the Chancellor for Community and Technical College, or any combination, will report to the Legislative Oversight Commission on Educational Accountability every month that the Commission convenes on the progress in implementing the career pathway up until this pathway has been fully implemented statewide. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this bill. One of the things that the Health Committee was going to address or try to address this year was the nursing shortage. And I had some discussions with the Education Chair, and she informed me that they had a bill working. This is a good bill that has potential to increase the workforce in all aspects of the field of nursing. It has the ability to decrease some financial burden of some of those that know early on that they want to get into nursing. It just provides easier pathways to become an LPN, to become an RN, to go from an LPN to an RN. Just every step of the way, it was well thought out, and I think this will be a great start in addressing the nursing shortage in our state.
Thank you. Further discussion? Recognize senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this. We do have a problem. And this is a step in the right direction. It's a tool in the toolbox. I have a friend that's in school at WVU. He has a 3.3 grade point average. After his first year, he was told that's not high enough to get into nursing school. So he's basically been told he can't be a nurse. Subsequently got a 4.0. So we really have to look at this and look at the roadblocks that are in front of these people that want to enter the nursing profession. There are programs out there such as the P20 program that would allow earlier exposure and increase education's efficiency. But we just have to shine a light on this. I think this shines the light on it. so that we can have a nursing workforce that's sufficient for West Virginia.
Thank you. Senior Senator from the 5th.
Would the Senator from Jefferson yield?
Senator from Jefferson yield. Senator does yield.
Yes.
It's my understanding that this will be modeled and used, that SREB may be involved in this. Is that correct?
We did go to them for help and consultation. They helped to have something like this implemented in other states, and so we thought they would make great partners, and they absolutely can be involved.
I know that Tim Shaughnessy, that's from Kentucky, has done this in Kentucky. They've actually worked with this in Georgia as well as they were looking at those things. So as long as they're consulted, there are battles that you have with this, but they've been through a lot of those things. So we are going to be consulting with SREB on this.
Yes, I believe we are. I appreciate you bringing those up because they are absolutely have gotten this done and done very effectively in those states, and we hope to have the same success here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. In question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 723, requiring Department of Education develop plan based on analyzed data on school discipline. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize Senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 723 requires the West Virginia Department of Education to analyze state-level data collected on school disciplinary action and, based on the findings of this data, create a statewide program aimed at addressing the number of disciplinary actions taken by county school boards. Additionally, Senate Bill 723 requires the Department of Education to prepare a report on their findings and the progress of the statewide program and present it to the Legislative Oversight Commission on Education Accountability every 2 years starting in 2022. The overall goal of this legislation is to help us to find alternative ways to handle disciplinary issues in our schools, and I urge passage. Happy to answer any questions.
Is there further discussion? Recognize Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll rise in support of this bill. We certainly are getting some initial data that shows that when we expel a student from school, that their chance of becoming a productive member of society goes way down. We have to study this. If we're going to do anything, it has to be in-school suspension or something like that. We just can't, put them out because that's the quickest way to the prison yard. That's what the preliminary data is showing. So we have to look at this and find out what's right for our kids. That in many cases, through no chance or no fault of their own, they've had these adverse childhood experiences in their life. It's not like what's wrong with you. It's more like what happened to you. And so we just can't kick them to the side, to the berm anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I Move the bill be made effective from passage. Or in question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 727 relating to disbursement of funds for highway road repair. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Senator from Wetzel County is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to allow the Division of Highways to use money in the Gas Field Highway Repair Fund and Horizontal Drilling Waste Study Fund in the district where the fee was collected. Currently, the law is that the money collected from the drilling waste disposal is to be used to repair roads impacted by the drilling operation and waste hauling process in the watershed where the waste was generated. However, the money cannot be used because the agencies involved, DEP, Department of Revenue, cannot determine what watershed it was generated in. I will be glad to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the bill, passage of the bill.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 728, exempting all property used for agricultural purposes from county property maintenance code. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 6th is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 728 exempts all property used for agricultural purposes from county property maintenance codes. An exemption for agricultural buildings and structures already exists under our state code, and this bill logically extends that exemption to cover all agricultural property. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. In this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 734, clarifying powers and duties of DOH and acquiring property for state road purposes. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an agency bill. It clarifies that the Division of Highways may acquire rights-of-way as are necessary for state road purposes, including not just width, but also depth as necessary for the project. Depth may be necessary, for example, when DOH needs to excavate in a right-of-way in order to level the ground to build a road. Currently, DOH compensate property owners by paying for the highest and best possible use of the property. As such, the state pays for all ownership interest in the property. However, by state law, DOH obtains only a right-of-way for public roads, not all rights. DOH is often asked to pay again if it removes rock and dirt from a right-of-way it acquired. The purpose of this bill is for DOH to be able to avoid having to pay twice for the same property, once when it first obtains a right-of-way and again when it removes material from the right-of-way as part of its construction process. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the, or Mr. President, will the chairman please yield?
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Thank you for that explanation. I vaguely remember something similar to this last year, maybe the year before. My question to you is, when they condemn a right-of-way with depth taken into consideration, will the landowner be compensated for any stone which is removed, such as limestone, which would be used in the construction?
They are compensated now for the best use of that property. And if it's a situation that limestone would never probably be harvested anyway, so that is considered when they take the property in the initial part. Now, if they go through a stone quarry or something like that, that would be a different story. But it's just because they take the property and there's limestone in the ground and dirt and rocks, whatever they need for fill, they would be allowed to take that.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 31 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 751, removing certain requirements of municipality annexing property within urban growth boundary. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 6th is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 751 clarifies the language of a single section of code relating to annexation in a county with the designated urban growth boundary. The bill strikes out a conflicting reference to annexation by petition in a subsection exclusively concerning annexation by a minor boundary adjustment. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 755, relating to High Wage Growth Business Tax Credit Act. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this legislation is to create a tax credit to be known as the High Wage Growth Business Tax Credit. This would be a tax credit for new jobs created after July the 1st, of 2020 in West Virginia by an employer. To qualify for the credit, the employer must hire a new employee who will be employed at least 48 weeks of the year and be paid greater than 25/100ths of the median income in West Virginia. The Census Bureau list for the current median income in West Virginia is $44,921. I urge passage, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 770, revising requirements for postdoctoral training. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill just revises the requirements for postdoctoral requirements for the osteopathic physicians. The bill removes an alternative requirement that an applicant, 1-year postdoctoral, complete 40 hours of continuing medical education, osteopathic manipulative medicine, and osteopathic manipulative treatment courses. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 782 relating to fees assessed by a healthcare authority on certain hospitals. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill removes language terminating the end date, which was July 1st, 2020, of the Healthcare Authority's assessment on hospitals. The bill also corrects a mathematical error in the rate of the assessment. The rate applied to the hospitals will remain unchanged. The assessment is a fee assessed to the hospitals, except critical access hospitals, and is calculated using net revenue. This bill will permit the Healthcare Authority to continue to use this assessment. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 787, providing benefits to pharmacists for rendered care. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
I have that one. Hold on one second, Mr. President. Oh, yeah. There it is. I found it.
That's all right. The senator may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for being disorganized there. This bill provides that health plans issued or renewed after January 1st, 2020, benefits may not be denied for any health care service performed by a licensed pharmacist. The bill provides that the benefits may not be denied for any health care service performed if the service is within the lawful scope of the pharmacist's scope of work. The plan would have provided the benefits if the service has been provided by another health care provider and if the pharmacist is in network. The bill provides health plans shall reimburse per negotiations with the facility. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this. It's a good day to have Pharmacy Day at the legislature because this is a very important bill to pharmacists and to patient care. Now, these pharmacists are obviously well learned and have been a part of the team, rounding team, and helping out to make decisions every day for their services, and this bill then allows them to actually bill for the services that they've been providing. So I urge adoption.
Further discussion? The recognized junior senator from 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. It's ever more important that our medicines are getting so much more complicated, complex, and the role of the pharmacies really changed quite dramatically in the past 5 to 10 years. With clinical pharmacies coming on the horizon, they help us a lot in the ICUs, even on the floors. They've been rounding with us now for about 10 years, and wow, what a difference it makes when you have them on board. I strongly support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Cabell. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 803, supplemental appropriation of money out of General Revenue Fund to DHHR. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the junior senator from, recognize the senior. Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everything's sliding off my desk. This supplemental removes budget language that transferred money from the Office of Medical Cannabis to a special revenue account. The money will now remain in the Office General Revenue Appropriation line. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Not all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess for 30 minutes.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves as the Senate stand in recess for 30 minutes. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess for 30 minutes.